Saturday baseball game of the week.
If he'll protect the bottom, I don't think they can beat him. He goes to the bottom here on turn 4. Hamilton, my buddy.
All right, Hamilton.
If you ever plan to motor west, travel my way, take the highway, that's the best. Get your kick on Route 66.
Go to St. Louis, Joplin, Missouri, Oklahoma City, looking mighty pretty. You'll see Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona, don't forget Winona, Boston, Reno, San Bernardino. Get hip to this timely tip when you make that California trip. Get your kicks on Route 66. My old man is a television repairman. Got the ultimate set of tools. I can fix it.
Welcome to the Napa Auto Parts 500 pre-race show, brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, we keep America running.
For decades, Hollywood's glitz and glamour has mixed with the speed and drama of racing, from Beverly Hills to the Los Angeles Coliseum to the nearby Ontario Motor Speedway, which held 9 Winston Cup races, the last in 1980, and now the California Speedway here in Fontana, the largest sports venue in California, covering over 550 acres. That's nearly the size of 2 Dodger stadiums, and more than 120,000 fans will come here and join us today in watching this race. We're located now 50 miles east of LA, 60 miles west of Palm Springs. People live on the freeways out here. Meanwhile, California-born Jeff Gordon starts 17th. He's won 2 of the 4 previous races held in Fontana. Rookie Kevin Harvick from Bakersfield starts 13th. Many family and friends of his on hand to watch him in today's race. And we welcome you to the Hollywood Hotel, the Hotel California. Don't check out, don't leave. We're here for you. We go to where the races are, so stick around for 500 miles of Winston Cup racing. It's on the way. Hi, I'm Chris Myers, coming to you from our mobile studio just above turn 4 at this beautiful 2-mile track, and defending Winston Cup champion Bobby Labonte will join us here in just a moment. Right now, I'm joined by a couple of, well, we'll call them racing celebrities.
Oh, thank you very much.
Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Hammond.
Two aces with a joker.
Talk about,
I was looking around to see where the other guy was.
Yeah, some real celebrities. Hey, Darrell, your second favorite subject. Racing's your favorite, then money's your second. And this race, we have purse worth about $4 million. And when the big money is here, the real stars shine.
Well, that's how you know it's a big event. You look at the purse. You get the entry blank, you look at the purse, and you say, this is a big event. Big event. Sometimes some guys rise to the occasion better than others.
And Jeff Gordon has been one in the past that certainly has done that. Hey, how about the weather here? Since the weekend, Jeff, we've had 60 to 90 degree temperatures. It's supposed to be warm and sunny today. How has that affected
preparation?
It's hot in
here, man.
And how will it affect the race we see? We'll turn up the AC.
Well, Chris, I can tell you right now, yesterday during practice, I had a morning practice, I had an afternoon practice. The morning practice was 1 second faster than the afternoon practice. A lot of these crew chiefs this morning were making changes and getting prepared for what looks to be a hot afternoon, and you can expect one thing: a lot of changes, a lot of tunability with the race cars.
Hot and grueling.
All right, hot and groovy, too. That's kind of a California term. All right, last year's Winston Cup champ Bobby Labonte currently tied with his brother Terry in points. They're standing at 14th. He comes to California, though, on a roll. Had a second top 5 finish last week, and on Friday in qualifying landed the pole position for today's race. He's hoping for some more fun in the sun.
Bobby Labonte. Wow. Bobby Labonte is now on the board.
And we welcome, Bobby Labonte. Thanks for coming up so close to the race.
Yes.
We all appreciate that. And you've been, what, since winning the points championship? You've been at the White House, on Letterman, now the Hollywood Hotel, so his career is complete.
Yeah, it's right.
You've been big time. But I got to ask you about we kid because we care.
Complete?
Yes. All right. We're working on it.
Hazard over here.
How about, Bobby, how about this rumor? We have to address the start of this weekend. We don't know where or how, but it got out about you being involved in a fatal crash here, and even people who are close to you heard about this before they knew it was not true.
Yeah, that was kind of a tough deal. I mean, you hated to hear that, and we tried to dispose, all the fires that we could as fast as we could, but nowadays, I mean, it just goes so fast, it's so hard to do. But it came somewhere, we don't really know where yet, and reported that, I'd been in a fatal accident, I guess you might say, and then, my wife, I just talked to her 30 minutes before that, she knew it wasn't true, so, we just tried to put it all out, and as fast as we could. But it's a tough deal. I mean, you hate to see that happen.
Yeah.
Well, on another note,
Yes.
let me ask you something. When we won the championship our first time in 1981, we went to New York. We were the first ones to go to the Waldorf and celebrate. And, buddy, we celebrated. We celebrated right up till the Daytona 500. We got to Daytona, we said, raw, we're not ready to race, and everybody else is. Did that catch up with you guys? Something maybe like that?
I don't really think so. I mean, this is one of those answers that you might not be able to answer today, but maybe 6 months from now. But, I don't think so in a lot of ways, and we're... our performance really hasn't been all that bad. I mean, it's going to be hard to top last year in a lot of ways.
High expectations.
Very high. And then what happened, this year we've had a couple DNFs. One was almost a DNF, and that when you're back, 42nd in points after the first race and you start clawing your way back up, I mean, we ran second at Rockingham, almost won. It's like our performance really hasn't been that bad. We haven't been as good as we like to be, but I can't say that it goes back to the...
You can't blame it on anything.
Not on the off-season.
But you come here with a brand new race car and you sit on the pole. What's your chances today?
Well, it's pretty much a one-lap wonder Friday. Hey, it's just this way it is, and I hope we can run good today.
I hope you can, too.
Yeah.
Check
Need to see you win one.
Your
buddy.
fuel mileage, right? That's the way here, right?
Oh,
Let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we've got that down.
All right, good.
He can get fuel miles. He's like this old guy here.
Jimmy Maycar knows how to get it in there.
Thanks for
Come on. Yeah,
that.
be safe out there today. He heads to the track. You go up to the booth again, right? Okay.
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
have fun. We'll
Again.
watch for you up there. Jeff, hang around. All
Harry
right,
Boy and Mike Joy.
By the way, the fans who still do not get FX and want to see all of the Winston Cup races this year, time running out. Next week, the night race in Richmond on FX. So is the Winston All-Star race in Charlotte and the June race in Michigan. To get your FX, it's simple. 1-800-FX-FX-FX-1. Meanwhile, a report in today's Orlando Sentinel says Dale Earnhardt's seatbelt did not break during his fatal crash at the Daytona 500. This, according to one of the first emergency medical technicians to reach him at the scene. The technician, Tommy Probst, claims he had to repeatedly pull the seatbelt before it finally opened. NASCAR spokesperson Jim Hunter told us this morning that while speculation continues, NASCAR knows who was on the scene, and they are talking to those people as they continue their own investigation, which he thinks will be finished sometime in August. Hunter also felt strongly that there was one particular media outlet that is rushing to conclusions. Today would have been Dale Earnhardt's 50th birthday. Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking for his first win of the year. Little Lee has had kind of a tough week so far, and we're getting closer to the race, so stick around from Fontana.
Fox tonight at a special time. It's a Simpsons 90-minute marathon. Woohoo! Featuring Malcolm's Frankie Muniz in an all-new episode that gets a big thumbs up. Or is that a thumbs off?
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
Sorry doesn't put thumbs on the handbars.
The Simpsons at a special time. Then, when a joyride goes bad, can Malcolm and his brothers hide it from Lois?
I looked really cool right up until I hit the mailbox. You think Mom will notice?
Malcolm in the Middle after the Simpsons marathon. It all starts at 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
See the photo?
I assume that was taken by whoever it was who abducted her.
It was taken moments before she was abducted.
Snapshots from the mind of a madman.
An image like this would be a peek into that person's mind.
Psychic photography?
When he develops your picture,
Get away from me!
your life is over.
Pictures don't lie.
Guess who's next?
Got it!
The X-Files, tonight at 10, here on Fox 40.
Dodge Ram has inspired considerable change in pickups. And it's been the inspiration for change among pickup owners as well. In just 4 years, more than 1 million households have switched to Dodge trucks. It seems when the owners of those other trucks get a good look at Ram, they begin to see things differently. Now get up to $2,000 cash allowance or low APR financing on Dodge Ram.
Inside the live racing action with Racecast. Any driver, every lap. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword, NASCAR.
Saturday, the only place for Winston Cup racing is FX, the Pontiac Excitement 400. To get FX, call 1-800-FX-FX-FX1.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts 500 pre-race show.
Yeah, we welcome you back as we count down to the start of the Napa 500. That's points leader Dale Jarrett, yet to win here, but he does have 3 top 10s in 4 races. Steve Park, who won earlier this year in Rockingham, his 100th career start today. He starts 7th. There's Jeff Green, finished 3rd in the Busch race here yesterday. Debuts the Richard Childress Racing 30 cars. He starts 28th. MB&A paid tribute to last week's winner. That's Talladega. It was caution-free, and Bobby Hamilton will start 37th today, currently 4th in points. And Jeff Hamilton, he said he was more mentally exhausted than physically exhausted last week.
I'm sure of that, but Bobby Hamilton showed just really how good he was, and I believe he's established himself as a point contender this year.
And today it was supposed to be Shauna Robinson's big day in the sun, but her attempt to become the first female in 12 years to race in Winston Cup ended Friday during qualifying with mechanical problems. And as we say, here's to you, Mrs. Robinson, anyway. We also say, here's to you, defending champ here in California, Jeremy Mayfield. He's standing by with our Jeannie Zelasco. Jeannie?
Thanks, Chris. Well, Jeremy Mayfield won this race here in 2000 with an oil system problem. It overcooked the car, it overcooked the driver, but you overcame that, and you overcame Tony Stewart as well. Tell me your secret to success at California.
Man, I don't really know what it is. I know we had a good car and good motor and everything last year, and same thing this year. So I think that's the biggest thing. And the team's pumped up. I mean, the engine's running good, car's handling. Be a good day for us. You know, we had a good practice yesterday, both of them, and I feel real confident about it.
All right, you started the weekend, of course, at the Walk of Fame, and maybe we'll see you at Victory Lane when the weekend is over. Steve Burns?
Thanks, Jeannie. Ricky Rudd finished 4th here last year and led 10 laps. What about it? What do you got today, Rick?
Well, Steve, I think we're really good. One of the best we've been all year. You know, we were pretty good a couple of weeks ago at Martinsville, but these tracks are really, they kind of cater to the Yates organization. The Texaco Havoline Taurus has run good off the trailer. Obviously, Yates horsepower sort of shines here, and we're running good in happy hour. We don't look at that real one fast lap speed. We look at how good you are at lap 10, 15, 20, and we look at everybody else's laps, and based on that, we should be a contender in the race, and we hope if all our note-keeping's right.
Best of luck, Ricky. Let's go back to Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, Steve and Ricky. 3 of the 4 California winners have started 5th or better. We'll see if Rudd's 6th spot is good enough. But what about our experts here? Let's update the standings here. Darrell Waltrip, the Fox picks, almost got a win out of Rudd in Martinsville. So let's go up to get their picks for today. Gentlemen, start your predictions. Larry?
Well, DW, our picks have not been very good lately, but you took the lead. Who we picking here today?
Ups. It's all over his hood. Ups. Dale Jarrett.
All right, well, I'm going to go with the Flames. He was fast in practice, has won here twice, Jeff Gordon.
Guys, I'd like to say the Rushville Rocket, Tony Stewart, he's going to strike gold here in California today.
All right, Jeff and I will be watching the race along with you, the Napa Auto Parts 500. It's the 10th race of the Winston Cup season. We leave you with some perfect 10s.
The 2001 Race Odyssey takes us to Cali, and the Hollywood Hotel California is looking better than ever.
We made it look like that mansion. We've done some redecorating. Look how we've expanded.
The new addition, we've got so many people calling, wanting requests for our rooms.
The Hollywood Hotel has a lot of room.
And we always want to take care of what they need.
Fellas, we've got the need for speed. And today, Dale Jarrett, Labonte, and Junior are all California dreaming for a hot race.
And people can watch NASCAR. But I wanted to ask you about
We want to see a restrictor plate.
This little bad boy right here.
Come on, let's go to the
I told you I had a class on race car technology.
What about the pushing and the aerodynamics?
We're going to talk about that. But
I know you want racing to broaden the audience, but come on.
Jeff hooking up is a bigger surprise than last week's winner, Bobby Hamilton. Anyway, as you two would say, it's a beautiful day.
Yeah, baby.
You know, this is no way to watch a race. I think we ought to have some company.
Well, I think you know what you're talking about there.
Here we go. Randy Roderick, our Playmate of the Year.
How are you guys doing?
Wow.
Yeah.
Things have really taken a sharp turn.
Hey, by the way, do you have a favorite car today?
I think maybe number 6.
Mark Martin. Very good choice.
Hey, is Mike Troy married? He's kind of cute.
Chris Myers, he's my buddy.
Chris Myers is very cute, too.
It's all good and all smiles. Get your cameras ready.
NASCAR is next on Fox, and it's beautiful. Honey, are you going to get that?
A little loose talk
People think I'm gay because I'm single, I'm thin, and I'm neat.
becomes a big problem.
I've been outed. I wasn't even in. So everyone's going to think we're gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Next, Seinfeld.
Monday at 7, only on Fox 40.
Ever feel like it's time for a change? A vehicle from Graham Hall Auto Sales is a great place to start. From cars, trucks, and vans to SUVs, we have them all in styles and price ranges to fit anyone's budget. Don't get caught up in a new car lease or long-term loan. Visit us first and compare the selection and prices to the new car dealers. You'll get a better used car for the money at Graham Hall. A friendly sales staff, a better selection, and better prices. Graham Hall Auto Sales, Route 12 at Shenango Bridge.
He sliced it into the woods.
I'll play it from here.
Should have packed a lunch.
4.
What?
Look up, see blue. Labatt Blue.
Hey, what can I say? I'm good in the woods.
A towing company takes over the school.
I'm breaking books at a 6th grade level.
Will it cost the kids an education?
I'm getting straight A's, and that ain't not bad.
The Simpsons.
Monday at 7:30 here on Fox 40. You're watching Fox 40 WICZ-TV Binghamton.
Get inside the official gear of NASCAR. Apparel, collectibles, and more. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword, NASCAR.
Welcome to California Speedway. This 5-year-old 2-mile speed plant plays host to NASCAR's Winston Cup Stars today on Fox. It's the 10th race of 2001, the NAPA Auto Parts 500. Well, the 60s California car culture kind of went away, but it's been reborn for this new century, and they have packed in here. 92,000 seats pre-sold. 1,700 reserved infield RV spaces, all pre-sold. This will be a huge crowd here in Southern California today. Not just cars, but recycling is also a big theme in Southern California, and this speed plant is a recycled facility. For more, to Speedway Illustrated's Dick Berggren.
This 137-foot water tower is all that remains of a massive steel manufacturing facility built in World War II. In the 40s, this thing produced enough steel to create a brand new Liberty ship every single day of the week. Today, it is the centerpiece of the massive new California Speedway, 600 acres, 2 miles around. And today, there will be a record record crowd here to witness a Winston Cup race. They have come by every imaginable means of transportation. Train tracks out on the backstretch brought 9,000. The rest came in by helicopter, car, truck, motorcycle. They walked in any way they could get here to see this race. And we're glad you're with us to enjoy it too. To Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, you're exactly right. Over 120,000 fans have packed their way into this facility that's bigger than Dodger Stadium and Disneyland combined. And how fired up are these fans? Let's put it to you like this. The Dodgers are at home. The Kings and the Lakers are both in the playoffs. And this is the biggest sports crowd in Southern California. Jeannie Zelasco.
Well, Steve, Mike Skinner, Jason Leffler, Ron Hornaday Jr., Kevin Harvick, and, oh, yeah, Jeff Gordon. They wish they all could be California races because all those guys hail from the Sunshine State. They've all enjoyed the home cooking this week. It's the Mexican food that Harvick said he was looking forward to. As for Gordon, he'll just devour the field. He owns or shares just about every record at this track, and he's won 2 of the 4 races here. How's that for home track advantage?
Jeannie, the California Speedway is a 2-mile state-of-the-art facility with big sweeping corners and more traffic lanes in the 405. The layout creates few accidents, even fewer cautions. So the big storyline today could actually be fuel mileage. That's right, fuel mileage. So after 4 days in this brown LA haze, today's 500-miler could boil down to the driver who best conserves fuel and the crew who makes the best call at the right time on pit road could decide who rolls into victory lane. To Mike Joy.
Thanks, Matt, and hello, everybody, with Larry McReynolds and 3-time Winston Cup champ Darrell Waltrip. In yesterday's Busch race, the last pit stop, some cars took 4 tires, some took 2, some took none, some didn't even stop at all.
Yeah, and you know what? Every crew chief, Winston Cup crew chief, in the garage was watching that race, and guess what, old buddy? They're more confused now than they've ever been, because all of it, nobody knows what to do.
And for 9 races, we've been talking about aero, we've been talking about chassis, we've been talking about horsepower. You've got to have it all here at Fontana. 2 miles, long straightaways, sweeping corners. But Matt Yoakum said it. You better start planning your strategy from the drop of the green flag.
It's 500 miles. It's a grueling race. Hard on cars, hard on drivers.
And let's go trackside for today's opening ceremonies.
From MRO, please welcome for our invocation here at California Speedway to start the NAPA Auto Parts 500, Mr. Tim Griffin.
Would you join me in prayer, please? Our God and Heavenly Father, today we would pray first for each and every competitor. May you give them a real sense of your peace. May each driver and team member know of your loving and gracious care for them. Bless each one with concentration, safety, and wisdom as they compete on this track this afternoon. We also want to express our appreciation for the enjoyment that we have experienced as fans of the sport of motor racing. Through each of the difficulties and the victories that we have witnessed over the years, we have been challenged in our own lives to be people of faith and courage. For these gifts, once again, we say thank you. Finally, today, on the date of his 50th birthday, let's pause to remember a great family man, friend, and racer, Dale Earnhardt.
I'm going to lay out then.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the national anthem sung today by Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 2-time inductee, member of Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Buffalo Springfield, and recognized solo artist Stephen Stills.
Oh, say, can you sing by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed o'er the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the
Stills. Great.
Joe, we have some very special words that are about to be spoken right now, and I have a gentleman from Victorville, California. He's a 3-store owner for NAPA Auto Parts. We are ready to introduce him, ladies and gentlemen, with these special words. Please welcome Grand Marshal Scott Nassif.
On behalf of over 6,000 NAPA Auto Parts stores, gentlemen, start your engines.
Joe Benson, Southern California, is ready to go racing as we get ready to start.
In the warm California sun, yes, the California car culture of the 60s is alive and well. They'll be running small block V8s today, not that great late 409.
She's real fine.
She's real fine, my 409. She's real fine, my 409, my 409. Well, I saved my pennies and I saved my dimes. Giddy up, 409. Before I knew there would be a time. Giddy up, 409. When I would buy a brand new 409.
Imagine being trapped on an oil rig out at sea.
I've seen this alien virus. This crew could be infected and not even know it.
With no place to hide and no chance of escape.
Agent Target, jump!
David Duchovny stars in The X-Files, all new at 9 tonight on Fox. Once it takes your picture,
Hover drone.
Mounted with twin .45 caliber automatics.
it can take your life. And its next victim
You better bring that sucker back here now!
could be Logan,
I can't. The target's been acquired.
an all-new Dark Angel.
Logan, get down!
At 9/8 Central Fox Tuesday.
They survived the drill instructors. They survived Dismissal Hill. Now get ready for the most intense boot camp yet. There's only 6 recruits left.
We're just diving right in, you understand that?
And when they turn on each other, it's going to get primal. All new boot camp at 9/8 Central, Fox Wednesday.
Hi, I'm Steve Hanshew, president of NAPA. On behalf of more than 6,000 NAPA Auto Parts stores and over 10,000 NAPA Auto Care centers, welcome to today's Fox broadcast of the NAPA Auto Parts 500. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the race.
Welcome to California Speedway, where the engines are fired on 43 Winston Cup cars, set to do battle for 500 miles.
Air temp 82 degrees. It's going to get warmer, but this is the one we're going to watch closely. As that gets hotter, this racetrack gets slicker.
Ooh, I'm loose. Budweiser, sponsor of the Bud Pole Award. This weekend won by Bobby Labonte, his 21st Bud Pole and first of 2001, and his first pole since Loudon, New Hampshire in September of 2000. There are your Bud Pole winners from this season thus far. Let's have a look at the rest of our NAPA Auto Parts starting grid. Sharing the front row with Bobby Labonte, Todd Bodine has his best qualifying effort of 2001.
And Tony Stewart, he finished second last week. That moved him in the top 10 in points for the first time this year.
Dale Jarrett, our points leader, 3 wins this season. Best California finish is 5th in 99.
Got Steve Park there. He said had kind of subpar finishes the last few weeks. Told the 7th in the points.
Mark Martin won here in 1998. His best 2001 finish last week was 4th.
John Andretti, Brett Bodine share the 6th row.
Hey, and it's good to see our old buddy Kyle in the race this weekend. Have at it, young man.
Ward Burton in that Dodge, he was fastest in both practice sessions yesterday.
And there's old Rusty. He's looking for a good run today in that Miller car.
Jeff Burton beginning to come on this season, 26th in points, top 5s in the last 2 California races.
Matt Kenseth, tough day yesterday in the Busch race. He was the defending champion of that event, but had problems. Jason Leffler, Kenny Wallace made the show on time.
Jeff Green making his first NASCAR Winston Cup start since June of '99 at Pocono was third yesterday.
Daytona 500 champ Michael Waltrip and Hut Strickland, solid effort.
And there's Sterling. He led the most laps last week, finished 23rd. How do you do that?
And Kurt Busch, he won here in trucks last year.
Another rookie, Andy Houston, there with Joe Nemechek. And Ron Hornaday, California native, with Mike Wallace.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in a backup car has had strong finishes the last 3 races out.
And his old buddy Bobby Hamilton right there beside him, last week's winner.
And a look through the rest of the drivers who had to take provisionals. Schrader said he wrecked on his qualifying lap. He just didn't hit anything.
I'll attest to that.
And Kevin LePage is the first time the Morgan McClure team goes home in the last 409 races, back to 1988. Buckshot Jones. And Shauna Robinson broke the rear end pinion gear on her qualifying lap. Safety workers giving their salute to the drivers as we get set to go, and you look through our in-car cameras. Well, how much will what happened yesterday dictate today's race strategy?
I don't know. Everybody used a different philosophy yesterday as far as how to get to victory circle. I like the fact that coming in, gassing and going, no tires. These tires, I love this tire. I wish I was driving on it. It never falls off. The cars just keep on hammering, hammering, hammering. You don't have to put 4 tires on every time you come in the pits.
And this racetrack is so smooth, it's not hard on the tire, Darrell, so these guys can run longer than a fuel stop on their tires.
It changes everything, Mike. I mean, all we've heard for years is 4 tires, 4 tires, 4 tires. Now you got to think differently. Let's think gas mileage. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yes, in the past, new tires were faster than worn tires. It's not always the case anymore, and it dictates different thinking. 4 drivers, or rather 3 drivers, have led half of the laps raced here at California Speedway. Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, and Mark Martin, between them, have led half of the laps they've ever run here.
And they will lead laps today. Those are all guys that are running good here this weekend, and we can expect to see all of them in the front at one time or another. Again, that's dictated by pit strategy. What happens in the pit, track position. These are all key factors in today's race.
43 cars in the field. 250 laps to make up 500 miles. And we thought yesterday the pit window was about like today, 45, 50 laps, and a few cars proved us wrong.
But boy, that's the one we're going to watch all day long, because it could be a reason that this race is won on strategy, that pit window.
And don't you tell me today that can't nobody make it, you hear me?
I promise you.
Because that always worries me to death.
Never say never.
That's right.
Yesterday, if 60,000 people were here, 59,970 of them thought that every car would have to make one last pit stop under green, and 2 cars did not, and they ended up 1-2.
That's what makes racing so much fun. There's a lot of ways to win a race. You don't always have to have the fastest car.
Hank Parker Jr., yesterday's Busch winner, and Jeff Purvis. Custom vanity plates are big in California, and that's a neat one. 1 lap in front of this huge crowd, some 120,000 people. Dick Berggren on pit road.
Well, it doesn't really matter where your favorite is going to start today, because last year the winner started in 24th spot. The guy who finished second started in 36th, and the guy who finished third started right along with him in 23rd. So you could win this thing from the back, you could win it from the front, you could win it from the middle. Talking to people in the garage today, there is no clear favorite today.
Rookie Kurt Busch, who had a great run at Talladega last Sunday. Getting a little work there.
Yeah, he put left side tires on. He must have felt he had a left side tire going down, because otherwise he'd have never come in the pits on the parade lap.
And the defending champion of this race, Jeremy Mayfield, who will start 3rd. This will be the 5th Winston Cup race at this track. Jeff Gordon, the 97 and 99 winner. Mark Martin in 98. Mayfield last year.
Well, the good thing about 500 miles is you can have problems. You can get behind, just like we saw yesterday. Hank Parker was a lap down at one time in that race yesterday, and he came back to win it. So if you got a lot of 500 miles today to get things worked out. And I'll tell you, this place is packed.
I don't think you can take a shoehorn and put another one
I don't either.
A little bit hazy, our view of turn 2 and turn 3 from here. We're just under that tower, and here from the blimp you get a look at the LA Basin haze that we've had to deal with through the weekend.
That is not indicative of California traffic right there.
Oh, no, it's moving much too fast.
3 and 4 wide here all day long out on the interstate, out on the V10.
All right, Kurt Busch, you can come in and do what he did with as far as changing tires if you've got a problem, but he's going to be penalized 1 lap. Reason being, NASCAR made a rule. You cannot put fuel in your car before the green flag. They fueled the car, so he will start this race 1 lap down.
Now, you think that's a rookie mistake because everybody knows that. Do you think he and his crew didn't have that figured out before they started?
They possibly didn't tell the gas man, don't fuel the car.
I bet that's what happened. It's just kind of a natural thing. I didn't see them put gas in it, though, to tell you the truth. I just thought they put 2 tires on it.
All right, pace car's off, ready to rock and roll here in Southern California.
Set to do a little California dreaming. 1 driver, 43 of them dreaming of victory lane. 1 will find his way there.
Green flag and ready to rock.
Cars would like to get to the bottom of the racetrack, but they don't mind running side by side. Wide corners, couple of grooves here, no problem.
How about side by side by side?
You got to watch the start. These cars going in there 2 and 3 wide. Track's a little dirty from being there all night. Cars been riding around, pace cars and whatnot. Got to get her cleaned off where you can get some good grip.
Bobby Mayfield and Todd Bodine into turn 3. Mayfield charging hard for second.
Boy, look at him back in the pack there. Holy cow.
Are we at Talladega still?
It's all over. These guys think they're still at Talladega. Now, that's LA traffic right there.
That looks like traffic on D10.
On D10. I don't understand that out here. D10 to 415. Poor old Kurt Busch, he's never going to even get going here if he don't hurry up.
The front 8 or 9 shuffle out single file now as we complete lap 2 and honor the memory of Dale Earnhardt with a silent 3rd lap.
And Larry, here's what happened. I didn't see him put fuel in the car, but like you said, I believe the fuel man,
there he is.
He stepped over, shot a little fuel in that thing, and that is a no-no.
California Speedway joining in our tribute, silencing the public address system for lap 3 as the fans raise 3 fingers in support and remembrance. Ricky Craven trying to fend off Jeff Burton back there at 19th position side by side.
Well, right now is no time to force the issue. You've got a long way to go. Mike Skinner had her sideways, didn't he, Larry?
Yeah, they made a lot of changes on that race car this morning. They were not very happy in the final practice. Took the setup from teammate Jeff Green and Kevin Harvick. Put the entire setup under this race car.
At the point, Todd Bodine. Youngest of the 3 racing brothers from Chemung, New York, had a great qualifying effort. They're in a car that you know well.
Oh, that's a great car right there. It's the best car we ever had. I love that car.
Look at his teammate in that 26 car, Jimmy Spencer. He's running around the bottom. He's going to go up there and take that 2nd place from Bobby Labonte, Jeremy Mayfield, and the 12 is going to follow.
Now, this Jimmy Spencer, if you recall, qualified outside pole here last year and had a great run. He finished in the top 10, so that doesn't surprise me, and that's 2 fast cars.
Dale Jarrett comes up to make it a foursome in front of the Pontiac of Labonte. Now, what happened to Mike Skinner there a lap ago?
It's down on the inside, trying to pinch it around the bottom, which is where you want to be. But man, it just took a little bite in the front, and then the rear end came around. He clipped the back of Bill Elliott. Fortunately, Brett let Bodine cut him some slack there.
And that's what they was fighting with that race car in the final practice. Loose getting in down to the center of the corner, back in wanting to come around.
Well, guess what? I don't think they fixed it.
One car dropping back a bit is Ricky Rudd. He's fallen to 12th place in his Haviland number 28. Steve?
Mike, Ricky Rudd has radioed his crew and said that he feels extremely loose. The crews told him not to worry about it. The car will come back to him once the air pressure's built up. Before the race, crew chief Michael McSwain said the car was very good, but it's loose right off the bat.
And that's not totally unusual.
Oh, no.
We start these tires very low on air pressure here, and you can go very low here because the racetrack is so smooth, and it takes a little bit to build up, and the car will feel loose.
New leader, Todd Bodine's teammate Jimmy Spencer, who a week ago Saturday had harsh words for Bodine for not lining up and drafting with him in the Busch race at Talladega.
And you noticed that Todd did move way over and let his partner go by. Jimmy Spencer, you know what? He ran the Busch race yesterday. He ran that same line yesterday, and he's making it work today.
I love to watch Jimmy Spencer. He has one speed, wide open. Spencer's the leader. Mayfield second, Bodine, Jarrett, and Labonte here in California.
It's not for sale.
No.
Some things are just too good to let go of. That's why there's Valvoline Max Life, the first motor oil formulated for higher mileage engines. Max Life conditions use seals to help prevent leaks and helps you hold on to your car for a long, long time.
Don't even think about it.
Valvoline Max Life. And for a simple way to keep your wheels looking great, use Eagle One A to Z Wheel Cleaner.
Introducing new extra crispy chicken from KFC. No matter what you hear, it's not just the crunch. It's the flavor in the crunch that makes you munch. We've added extra flavor down to the bone to make it extra tasty. For a short time, get 2 pieces, 2 sides, and biscuit for just $2.99, or 12 pieces for $9.99. New extra crispy chicken from KFC. It's not just the crunch. It's the flavor in the crunch that makes you munch.
Get to your Goodyear retailer, where right now you'll get a $50 fast credit when you buy 4 selected tires on your Goodyear card account. That's $50 you'll save right on the spot. Qualifying tires include selected Goodyear Eagles, Goodyear Wranglers, and the new AquaTread 3. The $50 fast credit offer, only from Goodyear. For complete details from the retailer nearest you, call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
If your house could talk, what would it say?
I've been around a long time, and you know why? Because I was built to last.
Only Lowe's has top choice lumber, prime grade lumber that's center cut.
I always said use the best wood. You'll be around forever.
With top choice lumber, you get 4 clean sides that fit together like a dream.
Come see me in the next century. I'll be here.
Lowe's, improving home improvement.
The Napa Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, we keep America running. By Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you. By Valvoline Max Life, the first motor oil formulated for higher mileage engines. And by KFC.
11 laps complete here in Fontana, and for the 4th time in 2001, Berwick, Pennsylvania's Jimmy Spencer is in the lead. But the man on the move from 17th starting position, the 2-time winner of this race, number 24, Jeff Gordon.
This is a car that was brand new back to Atlanta in March. I talked to Robbie Loomis, his crew chief, this morning, and he told me, I asked him, I said, Robbie, have you changed your setup from when you run 11th here a year ago? He said, Larry, we've changed everything. He said, a year ago, Robbie, Jeff Gordon, and myself, Robbie Loomis, we just was not communicating good. We finally got that sorted out, and they're sure showing it now.
Yeah, that thing is really getting down in the corner. I like the way he's easing it down in there. He's floating it, as they say.
And he's making slow but sure gains on the race leader. There's the interval from Fox Tracks.
And one thing I think we're going to see before this day is over with, we are going to see 2 very, very distinctive racing grooves. One real low right around the white line, and another one maybe, just maybe, right up next to that concrete wall. These tires tires are harder. They don't get quite the grip they used to, but they stay with you longer. They give you the confidence that you can move around on the racetrack, and I like that.
Tony Stewart started 4th. He is running 7th, Dick Berggren.
And his problem is that he is lacking in forward bite, Mike. They changed the entire setup on that car this morning, including 4 springs, nose weight, wedge, 4 shocks, track bar. They changed just about everything they could change to try to make it faster. Instead, it's not as good as it had been.
And what lack of forward bite means, when he goes to the accelerator, the rear wheels are not hooking up to the racetrack. They're all but wanting to spin.
And what it is you try to get the car to turn here in the middle of the corner. In order to do that, you loosen the car up, trying to get it free through the center. When you do, Larry, you know you give up forward bite.
And it's a fine line there between two.
Very fine. Move the trailing arms up and down and stuff like that is what makes a difference.
Now just ahead of Gordon and Todd Bodine there running 5th and 6th. Bobby Labonte, our pole sitter, has dropped in line in 4th. Matt?
And Mike, the complaint is the exact same for Bobby Labonte as his teammate Tony Stewart. He's needing some forward bite. The car just a little bit loose. They're hoping to pit about lap 45. A number of teams this morning were concerned about fuel mileage. Some could only go 44, others to 50. Most would like to pit about lap 45 to get a good reading. And that's what the 18 will do as well.
Jeff Gordon moves past Labonte.
Yeah, he just slowed down. He pulled over and let him go. Just faster, smart driver. Got a word from his spotter, let him go. Don't race him now.
And what will happen when those rear tires will not accept the power and you can't put it down coming off the corner, it makes it look like the motor's weak down a straightaway because you get such a slow start at the beginning of the straightaway.
And that's where gear selection, again, is so critical. You got to have a different gear than you think you do. Larry, I had a philosophy. I've won a lot more races with 2 lower gear than I have with 2 high gear.
Oh, yeah, and the race pace slows down. That old low gear will be better, too.
She'll come to you.
Jimmy Spencer has opened up a 1.7-second lead, but that's not a license plate below the bumper in that front grille, Dick Berggren.
No, it's a piece of paper, Mike, and so far, at least, they've had not a big problem with the overheating, but as crew chief just called him and told him to turn the fan back on, the temperature is climbing up ever so slightly on Jimmy Spencer, your leader.
Now, that hole down there is for the oil cooler. Very little of that air goes to the radiator, so he'll have to watch his oil temperature more than he will his water temperature.
But as long as he's in the lead, not having to fight traffic, that's not all bad. It's helping the drag on that car.
Oh, no.
It's helping front downforce. They got to get it off there because it's going to get warmer, but not all bad right now leading this race.
Not at all.
Jimmy Spencer with a wrapper for a hitchhiker down below the front bumper of his number 26. He leads here in Fontana.
Celebrating by Team Monte Carlo.
Now the first thing you've got to do is jump up here and scream and yell, woo! Make sure your hat guy forms them first, so you don't end up looking like a dork. Now when somebody hands you one of these babies, make sure you say thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Oh man, don't eat the check.
Want to be like Jeff Gordon? Drive the Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy will be there.
Conseco, NASCAR's official financial services provider.
Guys, switch to Mach 3. 3 blades for the closest shave in a single stroke. You'll love the difference. And so will we. Mach 3. From Gillette.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-actin Tenactin. Tenactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tenactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-actin Tenactin.
California, where Jimmy Spencer leads defending race champion Jeremy Mayfield, Dale Jarrett, Todd Bodine, Jeff Gordon on the move, and Tony Stewart.
I'll do my part, Mikey, but you need to do yours too.
Well, Dave Blaney's trying to do a couple of jobs here.
That's old dirt track trick. Reach out there and pull that tear off. It's worrying him to death. It's very distracting.
That's a tear off they would normally tear off about halfway through the race to clear the windshield back up.
Those things are, they have adhesive backs on them. You put them on with water and then squeegee them down, and sometimes they get a little moisture on them and they come loose.
It's like driving in New England in winter where you got to reach around to clear the ice off the wiper every time it comes around.
Really?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
We don't have that trouble in Tennessee.
It's not fun, I promise you. Jeff Gordon had been streaking to the front, but right now he sits 0.2 of a second off Todd Bodine.
Well, he's stuck on the bottom. He wants to try to run the bottom, and every time he tries to exit the corner, somebody's in his way. This time it's Todd Bodine. He's really pushing up off the corner real bad.
Another car that's streaking is that little white dot looking out the back of Tony Stewart's car. That's Kevin Harvick in the 29 car, started 13th. He has moved up to 7th. He drove by Bobby Labonte a while ago like Bobby was sitting still.
Yeah, Bobby, you got to understand how he drives. He's not going to race anybody right now. All he's doing is he's putting in miles right now, talking to his crew chief, telling him what the car's doing and what he thinks they need to do to get to the end of the day.
Boy, Mayfield just dropped down to the bottom of the racetrack in turn 1 and let 3 cars zoom past.
That's just not uncommon. Get guys up on your back bumper, your spotter, your crew chief, they'll say they're a little quicker than you, and son, we got a long way to go. This is a 500-miler. Let those guys go and follow them.
Darrell, he dropped down at first. I thought he broke.
Well,
he was just letting those 3 cars by.
Yeah, it'll kind of be a little bit breathtaking there for a second when you first see it, but that's all he's doing. He's going to draft those guys, help his gas mileage, see where they're running.
Gordon goes after Jarrett. Jarrett on the high side.
Jeff's car is really, I think it's pushing off the corner real bad, and it's causing him to lose positions.
But Darrell, look how he's dropping those left side tires down on that white line going through turn 2 there. And you mentioned it yesterday, how that'll make a car turn even better.
Oh, yeah, you get that left side tire down on that white paint, and it really increases the grip. It's like it's running in mud almost.
88 car, Dale Jarrett. That car, it was brand new at Atlanta. It's the car that he won Darlington and won Texas with. That car's been awfully good to him. Todd Parrott said they're working on some new race cars, but this has been a good race car for him.
That's smooth. Don't race them into one.
Now, is that a little surprising? Because this is not nearly as high a bank track as some places that some of the mile and a halves that we run.
I'm going to tell you what Junior Johnson used to tell me. Boy, that car don't know where it is.
Just put the right springs and shocks and sway bars
That's
under.
right.
When you get one that works, you stick with it.
That's it.
Well, to win a race at Darlington or Texas, you've got to have a good aero sound car. You've got to have good downforce. And there's no question this car has good downforce. This is a 2-mile racetrack. Long straightaways. We talked about it in the opening. To get through these long sweeping corners, that car has to have good aero balance, good front and rear downforce.
And again, this is a patient man's race. This is a Dale Jarrett race. This is a Bobby Labonte race. This is a Jeff Gordon race. Don't worry about what's going on around you. Just drive your own car. Got a long way to go.
Johnny Benson drops to the bottom and dispatches John Andretti and Ricky Rudd. Okay, John Andretti. Okay, never mind. Okay, Johnny, get back in line.
He gets that big run off the corner. He's up there high. He gets that momentum down the straightaway. Johnny can get under him, but he can't pass him because he's got that big run off down the straightaway. Here he comes again, but you'll see that 43 car accelerate up out of that hole. He doesn't have to pinch it down quite as much, and he gets the big straightaway speed.
Just ahead of him, Ricky Rudd is running down Bobby Labonte. More on Rudd. Here's Steve.
Well, guys, he's actually dropped a couple more positions in the start of the race. Remember, he said the car was loose. The crew said, don't worry, it's going to come back to you, but it actually feels more loose. He says it feels like the right front tire is sliding up the racetrack.
Hey, that's good news. We can fix that, can't we, Larry?
We can fix loose here, I think. It's when it starts pushing and not turning, it gets to be a handful.
Just let a little air out of that right front tire. That'll make it big.
But this has been the nature of this harder tire with Goodyear. The tire we've run here the last 4 years, it's been a softer tire. We grip the racetrack and we always fought push, 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 won't turn. This harder tire seems to be a looser tire.
Which it would. I mean, it just, the whole car slides a little bit more. And that's why some guys like it and some guys don't. That's why you got to change your setup a little bit.
Lap speed 172 miles an hour, but at the end of the front straightaway entering turn 1, some of these cars are touching 200 miles an hour.
Be still my heart. 200 miles an hour down in the corner.
This place is fast.
It is.
Boy, look at Jeff Gordon all the way at the bottom of the racetrack.
He has been trying and trying and trying to get by Todd Bodine. He's backed off and let his tires cool down a little bit, and here he is making a run at him again, but he hadn't been able to...
A little over 200, almost 240.
That was Jeff Gordon telling Robbie Loomis his water was 200, oil 240. That's pretty good temperatures. That's about what you're looking for.
That's right where he wants to be, and that's what he needs to be telling his crew chief right now. Where his gauges are, what his car's doing, so he can start planning ahead.
I know people on the road that don't check their gauges once a year.
I've had drivers
200 miles an hour.
Drivers that did that as well.
Yeah.
I know a lot of drivers that don't check them either. Once you get going, I mean, unless you got a problem, there's really not a whole lot to be looking at. I look at the tach. I know that the gauges, I'll smell the engine if something's happening to it. That's how I go off of what the gauges are doing.
Kyle Petty on pit road. This is certainly too early to be a scheduled stop, and you see that tear-off pulled up on his windshield as well. A little bumping between Rusty Wallace and Johnny Benson as they came toward the start-finish line.
Big old wide racetrack. Why would they be running into each other now?
It's 75 feet wide.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Here I come, here I come. I'm under you. No, you're not? Whoa, they never touched.
Rusty was right at Johnny Benson's left rear quarter panel, got him a little bit loose, didn't touch him, but just took the air off the rear spoiler. Rear wanted to come around.
Yeah, that's a trained professional in that 2 car.
It's going to be a long pit stop for Kyle Petty. Finally, he gets away and will go back into the race, losing a lap in the process. We'll be right back with NASCAR on Fox.
Edgy at the wheel, under a big sky, working in the field, harvesting hops in the early autumn sun, going round the clock until they get it done. This is from the people working hard every day, talking about the folks who get this bud my way. This bud's for you, and you and you and you. This bud's for you, and you and you and you. This bud's from 5 generations passing on their tradition with pride in the craft and pride in the mission. From the brewery crew to the lager-in man, get it to you fast and fresh as they can. This is from the people working hard every day, talking about the folks who get this bud my way. This bud's for you, and you and you and you. This bud's for you.
It's the hottest thing to ever come out of Taco Bell. Introducing the grilled stuffed burrito.
Elsa Benitez is hot. Yeah, but take away the grilled stuffed burrito and what do you got? Just another international swimsuit supermodel walking through a Taco Bell parking lot.
Inside it's sizzling with flavors melting together. Outside grilled crispy and delicious. The new grilled stuffed burrito. Grilling makes it better inside and out.
Hey guys. That's one incredible burrito.
Get inside the non-stop action on race weekend. Get inside the news and highlights. Get inside the teams, fans, and games. Only at the official site of NASCAR. NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
The NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by NAPA Auto Parts. NAPA, we keep America running.
33 laps complete. Jimmy Spencer has led 27 of them. Next week, we go to Richmond, Virginia, with Winston Cup qualifying on FX, 5 p.m. Eastern Time Friday, followed by Winston Cup practice and the NASCAR Busch Series race, all on FX. On Saturday, not Sunday, Saturday, NASCAR This Morning, 10 a.m., and the Pontiac Excitement 400 on FX at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's the first of several Winston Cup races you'll see on FX this year, and if your local cable system doesn't carry FX, here's the number to call, 1-800-FX-FX-FX1. We'll connect you to your cable company and let them know you want your NASCAR. So far, more than 10 million subscribers have been added to FX since we began our NASCAR coverage, and you began demanding FX on your local cable system.
Boy, up there on that 3/4 mile under the lights, DW, Richmond, Virginia, beating and banging.
I love nighttime racing. Brings back a lot of great memories in my career, and a lot of other guys, too. Our buddy Bobby Hamilton, or my buddy Bobby Hamilton, is about to go a lap down to our leader, Jimmy Spencer. He better hurry up.
And another of the cars that took provisional start, Stacy Compton, has made a pit stop. Here's the 7th place battle.
Boy, Ricky Rudd, the 28 car, it took it a while for that car to start coming to him. And again, I say it's probably a couple of few things that maybe made that car feel like it did. Low air pressure, racetrack not as clean, no rubber. You know, there was rubber laid on it, but it hadn't been ran on since last night, yesterday. So starting to come to him now.
Jimmy Spencer has started this race off much like Greg Biffle started yesterday's Busch race. Biffle, in 30 laps, jumped out to a 6.5-second lead. Spencer, at 36 laps, has about a 4-second lead on the field. But as we quickly found, those long leads don't mean much after the first round of pit stops.
You got to be real careful when you make your pit stop, what changes you make to your car. Driver's going to say, I love my car, don't do anything. That might be a mistake.
Here's the 12th place battle. John Andretti at the front of that pack, and that's Jeff Green in the number 30. This is the Richard Childress car that had been prepared to run 7 races this year for Kevin Harvick before fate intervened.
Look at Casey Atwood in that 19 car, that Dodge. He's going to pull Mark Martin with him all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, off the corner. That's hard to do off turn 2.
And carry a lot of speed it is. Get that car bound up around the bottom like that. I see lots of guys moving way up the racetrack like Ward Burton's doing right there. And you can see those cars ahead of him. They're hunting that high groove, hunting some fresh dirt to run in.
You know, even though this is not Daytona or Talladega, we've seen speeds at almost 200 miles an hour. Mark Martin in the 6 car tucked up behind Casey Atwood. The draft plays a role here.
Oh, yeah, and you got to be careful and don't suck the guts out of that motor because that draft will really pick up the RPM down these long straightaways. Those are all things you got to be thinking about right now. How much am I turning? What's the RPM look like? What am I going to do to my car? So much early on here that you just got to think about as a driver. You're not just riding around, although it may look that way.
We're about 10 laps from the first pit stop of the day. Should we stay green?
Yeah, these guys, you know, there was a lot of people question, could they go 50 laps on a tank of fuel? And when you look at 250 laps, the perfect world, you could go 50 laps 5 times. But some of them that question it, I don't think they're going to stretch it. They need to see where that fuel mileage is at. So we're going to probably start seeing cars around lap 45.
Well, and Larry, you know good and well, you're not going to take it to the limit on the first stop. You're going to come in a little conservative, save a couple of 3 laps for the end of the day when it says, can you make it? Oh, I haven't run that for all day.
This is not a racetrack you want to run out of gas.
Nope.
Joe Gibbs, owner of the Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart cars, checking the stopwatch, and we'll come back for the first round of pit stops today. This is NASCAR on Fox.
The action, the heart, the soul of NASCAR, every day. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword, NASCAR.
New batteries. Liquid wrench. Autocraft battery cables. AC Delco alternators. Advanced Auto Parts carries more parts than any other store, including one you won't find anywhere else.
You know, we can give you a free installation if you like.
Sure. Advanced Auto Parts. The best part is our people.
At Warner's Gas Service, everything we do is for you and your family. Every day our delivery trucks are dispatched to keep your home warm during the cold winter months. We keep the fuel flowing to prepare your daily meals. Our technicians are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to handle any emergency your family may have with your heating system. Warner's Gas Service keeps your family happy year-round with our Duquesne gas grills and a huge selection of replacement parts for all other brands. At Warner's Gas Service, we understand the value of family. We are a family just like you.
Hey, race fans, you can experience great racing for only $39. Watkins Glen International has weekend admission prices for the Festival of Speed and Sound, NASCAR Busch, and ARCA REMAX Series as low as $39. But that's not all. There's also a concert and special viewing party for the Pepsi 400 NASCAR Winston Cup event live from Daytona on Saturday night. A complete weekend racing and entertainment package starting at $39. For tickets, call 607-535-2481 or visit theglen.com.
At the Window Broker, we do windows, plus a whole lot more. From top-quality wood or vinyl replacement windows to premium vinyl siding, roofing, vinyl decking, and doors, the Window Broker does it all. Visit the area's largest, most elegant showroom and see why the Window Broker has earned the reputation of being the #1 home improvement specialist in the Southern Tier. Affordable products coupled with the longest warranties in the market set the Window Broker above all others. Call now and let the Window Broker show you what a difference they can make in your home.
Seinfeld, weeknights at 7 on Fox 40.
Welcome back to the NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox. Green flag pit stops have begun. A lap ago, the Cal Wells teammates, Ricky Craven and Andy Houston, were in. Now Brett Bodine and Hut Strickland and Kenny Wallace come to pit road.
Ralph's coming in.
When you think about Hut Strickland, Brett Bodine, Ricky Craven, Andy Houston, looks like maybe Robert Yates' engine's not getting the greatest fuel mileage today. All those have Robert Yates motors.
Got a little too much jet in them, taking care of them.
Now Jeff Burton back in 35th place. Jeannie?
Well, guys, it has been a frustrating 43 laps for Jeff Burton. They set this car up real loose on purpose because Saturday it would get tight on the longer runs. Well, they didn't have this type of sunshine on the track out there on Saturday, so they've been hoping for a caution, but they've decided they've got to come in on 50 to make a sway bar adjustment. A lot of debate going on as Jeff saying, I don't want to go down a lap. Frank Stoddard is saying, hey, we have to do the sway bar adjustment. If we lose a lap, we lose it. We've dropped so far, guys.
It's like Noah's Ark pit road. Another pair of teammates come in, Michael Waltrip and Steve Park together.
And Larry, I don't know about you, but I've never set one up on loose on purpose.
No. Not on purpose. Matt?
Steve Park had dropped outside of the top 25. The problem, his car was very, very tight. Paul Andrews told me they were going to make a wedge adjustment and air pressure adjustment on this #1 car. He's down and away as he pulls out right in front of the number 15 car's DEI teammate, Michael Waltrip, the 66 of Todd Bodine, pulls into his pit stall. I spoke with his crew chief, Larry Carter. He said Todd was complaining his car was just a little bit loose. They were going to adjust with air pressure about 1 pound out of the right rear. He stalls the car as they come around to the left side. The jack ran a little slow, holding up the stop. They get the left side tire on the rear and on the front. Todd starts to try to fire it. They're pushing it. They're still pushing it. The car will not fire. Will not fire. Tough, tough break for the 66 of Todd Bodine to Dick Berggren.
Jimmy Spencer called it. He wanted to come in before some of the others did to make sure that they didn't run out of gas. Piece of paper is still stuck to the grill. There it goes. Crew members got it away. Good stop for Spencer. To Gini.
The 99 car coming in a little earlier than expected on the 45, not the 50. We're doing a 4-tire change, filling up on fuel. And of course, here's the sway bar adjustment that Jeff Burton was saying, I don't want to go a lap down to get. But his crew chief, Frank Stoddard, saying, we have to do it. Just be patient. Stay in there as we're making this adjustment. And he's on. Yep.
Jeremy Mayfield in. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. He is also tight. 4 tires and a wedge adjustment. Jeremy Mayfield is away.
Blaney, Andretti, Marlin, Stewart, and Labonte come in together. Warren Burton's in as well. Jerry Nadeau. Here's Dick.
Crew members for Tony Stewart come from South Carolina, Colorado, Connecticut, California as they go to work to try and dial this race car in that has been far less than perfect. Gooch Patterson, the big man on the gas in the back. He is 350-pounder. He's got her in. There goes Tony Stewart to Matt.
The call for the 18 car, Bobby Labonte, they were talking about a wedge adjustment. We did see that. On this side of the car, we couldn't see if they pulled out the spring rubber. They were talking about pulling out the spring rubber, but he's down and away. Yes, the spring rubber is down on the pavement, so they did pull it. The 88 car of Dale Jarrett is on his way in. The 19 pulls out in front as DJ makes his way to his pit box. 55 miles per hour, the pit road speed today. He, too, is a little bit loose. They're going to
talking about things because the happy hour yesterday was lengthened to a 45-minute session late in the day. They had 2 different sessions. They had 2 different notes to go by. The 88 is down and away to Steve Burns, 14 seconds.
Matt, his teammate Ricky Rudd on pit road. No chassis adjustments, 4 tires. Bobby Burrell on the front tires. Ray Holm on the rear, and the 28 is away.
Most of the 2-car teams came in together except the Childress and Hendrick and Penske teams. Most all the other 2-car teams stopped at the same time. Gordon's in. All of these are fuel and 4-tire stops.
Everybody changing 4 tires. We've run 50 laps. They want to look at all 4 tires on these cars, see if, you know, what the tire information gives them.
And the guys that were struggling, this is, man, you can't wait for that first stop. Fix this thing for me. Help me, please.
Jeannie?
Well, the 29 car of Kevin Harvick, a little loose as well. He'll get 4 tires, but something special about that right rear. They're going to take a pound out to try to help him give a little more handling ability. Although, guys, he started 13th. He's up to 3rd. They're happy. He's off.
See, Bobby Labonte and the 18 car, Kevin Harvick and their group, they made the same adjustment. They just did it in different ways. They took air pressure out of Kevin Harvick's right rear, softened that spring rate. They pulled a spring rubber out of Bobby Labonte's right rear, softened that spring rate, will tighten that race car up.
Jeff Gordon did lead a lap before he pitted. So did Matt Kenseth. And now Mark Martin, who pulled up to 2nd place, makes his stop. Matt?
I spoke with Jack Roush this morning. He said the 6 car got about 51 laps during the final practice session. He didn't want to go past lap 50 on the first stop so they could get a good read on their fuel mileage. A 4-tire stop for Mark Martin. They will adjust this car with air pressure just a tick tight. 16.8 seconds to stop for Mark Martin.
Matt Kenseth is the last car to stop. He assumed the lead. When all these stops are complete, Jimmy Spencer will be the leader over Jeff Gordon by about 3 seconds, and that's about half the lead that he had when pit stops began. Dick Berggren?
17, Matt Kenseth on his way down pit road. Pit work yesterday, poor pit work, absolutely cost him the race, no question about it. That was in the Busch Series. This is a different crew working on this car, but they surely know better than to let Matt Kenseth down this day. He has been one of the strongest competitors of all. They changed a pound in the right rear tire, 4 tires fuel, that's all they're going to do. Boom, Kenseth's off. 14-4.
Good stop.
Well, one thing I'm seeing with the Roush cars, you got Matt Kenseth, Kurt Busch, Mark Martin, and Elliott Sadler, who runs the Roush motor. These guys must be getting pretty good fuel mileage. They have stretched it. Now, look at this guy right here on the 99 car. What he's doing, we talked about a sway bar adjustment. They are unhooking the rear sway bar. That really will tighten a race car up, and you have to have it flat on the ground before you can unhook it because it has heim joints, and it would be bound up with it jacked up.
So Burton back out on track, and I don't believe was able to hang on the lead lap with the extension of that pit stop. Jimmy Spencer has come back to the lead at 51 laps. Jeff Gordon is 2nd. Dale Jarrett, Ricky Rudd, and Tony Stewart are the top 5 after our first green flag round of pit stops coming between laps 46 and 50. So 50 of 250 laps complete here at California Speedway and the Napa Auto Parts 500 on Fox.
This is Bill. Bill is installing a new belt on his car. The belt he purchased isn't exactly right, but it seemed like a bargain, and Bill's determined to get it on there. That one might be a little tight, Bill. Here's the deal. At NAPA, we not only carry the right part, we've got the know-how to make sure that's what you leave the store with.
So how are we getting home? Good question.
Hop on in, guys.
File this under never. When you need a ride, dial down the center. 1-800-CALL-ATT and save big bucks on every call.
I live with my mom.
Use 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls.
His Mountain Dew in serious jeopardy, this generally harmless male will defend his domain with basic animal instinct. A fierce battle rages. Yet, in the end, To the victor go the spoils.
Hey, man, how you feeling?
Not bad.
Until next time, do the do.
The sleek 200 horsepower Chevy Monte Carlo SS.
Green.
The side you show the world is up to you.
The NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by Team Monte Carlo, the cars more champions depend on. Chevy will be there.
Yeah, welcome back with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, the Hollywood Hotel, our mobile studio. We are trackside, keeping an eye on things. Jimmy Spencer, who never forgets, by the way.
Never forgets.
Right, he pointed that out.
Yes, he did.
Started 9th today. He finished 7th in the Busch race yesterday, took the lead on lap 7, and still has the lead. How about the weather conditions? We touched on it in the pre-race show, how they've been different throughout this weekend.
You can see right now early on that some of the cars are struggling because of that fact. They didn't guess right on the chassis setup, and it's really, really big here. All of a sudden, the leader's coming around. He's right on. He's getting the job done, and he's lapping people already. So, Chris, the weather's already bit, guys.
All right, and as you see, the leader, Jimmy Spencer, also worth pointing out, our current points leader, Dale Jarrett, who is running 3rd in the UPS car, had quite a busy week. On Wednesday, was having lunch with NASCAR President Mike Helton in Washington, and the president, George Bush, invited them into the White House.
You gotta be kidding.
In the Oval Office. George Bush, a big fan of NASCAR, even though they go to the left a lot in this sport, of course. And then on Thursday, Dale Jarrett shot a commercial for Outback with his teammate Ricky Rudd, and he was so busy with that he had to get ready for the race. He turned down Laker playoff tickets.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He didn't call us.
No, well, we would have used it, but he's enjoying California so far. Let's get down to the track and Dick Berkman.
Jimmy Spencer's crew did exactly what they had to do. He came into the pits leading. Now he is back in the lead again. Tires off his car look just terrific. Car is running well. Water temperature is stabilized. Everything is going well for him. To Steve Burns.
Dick, after Ricky Rudd made his pit stop, crew chief Michael McSwain said the tires have said the same thing you did. Remember, he said he felt like he was loose, sliding on the right front. The tire specialist made all their measurements and checks of the tires. He said, just keep digging. Right now, the car's running pretty well. Let's go to Matt.
Conversations with Bobby Labonte, the pole sitter, and his crew chief, Jimmy Maycar, about that number 18 Pontiac. The car is still very loose on entry and loose off. They did pull a spring rubber on the right rear and made a wedge adjustment, but Bobby says the car is still very loose. Good Genie's Alaska.
Well, Matt, coming into today, Kevin Harvick has run 5,511.62 miles, Busch and Winston Cup combined, and these are some of his favorites because this is in front of his hometown crowd, he calls it. He grew up in Bakersfield, not very far from here. The good news is he gets to eat his favorite Mexican food. The bad news is all the people.
Labonte slides across the infield grass toward the start-finish line and is going to straighten it out, but caution is out.
He got hit by somebody. I couldn't tell who it was. I just saw him spinning.
First caution of the day comes out at lap 58. Now the leader is that gold car of Jimmy Spencer. He has not taken the caution flag. So here are some cars getting laps back from Spencer.
Now with that last change, we'll leave what we had. Come back to where we were.
Yesterday in practice, Labonte had a spin off turn 2. No contact, no damage.
No help either.
No.
I think he got a little help this time. Let's see what happens here. I believe he slides right up in front of the 30 car, and they make a little contact. Exactly what happened.
He was definitely chasing his car up.
Yeah, he was. That's what the cars do here. They'll come off that corner. You got the throttle wide open, and it just wants to take. You got to use up every bit of the racetrack. Unfortunately, somebody was in his way.
Darrell, was that a world-class save to keep that car, get that car pointed right?
Maybe he practiced that move yesterday, and when he spun yesterday.
Now, when you pit under green and everyone takes 4 tires, you can't gain a lot of time and positions on pit road, but you sure can lose some.
Oh, yeah. Todd Bodine really lost a ton of time on his pit stop. Look at that.
Came in second, came out 23rd.
Made a big difference right there. And what we got to remember, he very well could have gotten in and out of the pits good, but the problem was when we went to leave his pit box, he lost all that time. But look at Jeff Gordon. He always does a good job getting in and out of his pits.
Now that time we show in the right-hand column, that's in lap, the lap he comes in and pits, and the out lap and the pit stop all combined. That's getting slowed down, getting back up to speed, everything. The pit crew work and the driver work.
2 laps, including the pit stop.
Right. First caution of the day for Bobby Labonte's spin. No damage.
Very fortunate. Very, very fortunate.
Now, if you were just in the pits 10 laps ago, will anyone stay out?
Everybody's going to be in at least getting fuel. Daryl, I want to give you 2 tires, but what you got to be careful if you've been loose. You can't change just 2. Dick Berggren.
Jimmy Spencer's crew, Terry Spaulding on the front tires, Bill Kerwin on the back, Phil Thomas on the gas, Wayne Jenks on the jack, in a 4-tire change. 1 round of the track bar to try and tighten the car up, and let's go to that
88 car, Dale Jarrett in, Mike Trower coming around, 2 tires stop for the 88, the 24 is down and away, as is the 10.
His stop. Quite crowded on pit road, but the pit boxes where the cars stop are about the largest we see on the whole circuit here. There's plenty of working room.
Oh, yeah, you got plenty of room here to work around the car.
And Labonte has made it to pit road.
Look at him cranking on that track bar. That's a wedge boat.
Matt?
Bobby Labonte came on his radio and said, Jimmy, I just turned it a little bit to the left and it just got away from me. They pulled all the spring rubbers out of the rear. They had built in a lot of adjustments on this brand new race car, 2 spring rubbers in both rear springs. Now he just finally pulls away as the catch can stuck on the 88.
Go ahead and get left side tires,
That's
guys.
the catch can. They hear Todd Parrott. They got to come in, take that catch can back out. You're going to come in, you might as well go on and get the other 2 tires.
And exactly what probably happened there was they took 2 tires and they made a really quick stop, and the catch can.
Oh, man, I got to come back in.
That catch can has a probe that actually opens the valve right there. There's a pipe that sticks out back there. It opens it, so it lets fuel flow into the fuel cell, plus catches excess gas that fills the tank up.
And you hear Todd, he's not excited. Come back in, take the can out, and put 2 left side tires on.
So Bobby Labonte spins after sliding up track in front of Jeff Green and puts us under the first caution of the day in the Napa Auto Parts 500.
What is it, boy? Somebody stuck in a well?
Wendy.
Wendy's stuck in a well?
No. What about Wendy's? Their Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger is back?
Nice.
Come on.
Any cheese lover will tell you nothing's better on a cheeseburger than cheddar.
We're taking a shortcut.
And nothing has more cheddar than Wendy's Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger. It's the ultimate.
Thanks, I just got it cut.
Try Wendy's Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger. And now Wendy's pickup windows open late so you can eat great, even late.
See you later.
Plastic holds the promise of a better world, taking medicine to new heights and giving our lives greater comfort. It's in the packaging that protects us and a pacemaker to empower us, every day touching every generation. From the ambulance to the emergency room, it puts the answers in our hands and hope in our hearts. For a safer, more brilliant tomorrow, plastics make it possible.
The world's best stock car drivers want you to come to their 4th of July party.
We won the Pepsi 400 last July, and we're going to have a blast this year, too. The 88 team loves Daytona, and we want to win there again in July.
Super Speedway racing is better than ever, and I can't wait for the Pepsi 400.
The Pepsi 400 at Daytona International Speedway. For tickets, visit our website or call 904-253-RACE. The Pepsi 400, Saturday night, July 7th. Don't miss this party.
This year, the entire season unfolds on Flight Network. Fox.
Welcome back to California Speedway. Jeff Gordon with a 2-tire stop has taken the lead. Dale Jarrett has fallen back to 31st after a penalty stop, and here's why. Larry?
He'll come in here, and he's come down pit road. They made the decision. This is the catch can, man, right there. There's the catch can. Now, you would say it's got a handle on it right there, but what he's doing, he's staying tucked up here behind the back of the car. Reason being, it gives this tire changer room to get around, but it's a two-tire stop. I don't think the catch can man realized it.
He didn't know it was a two-tire stop. He was expecting 4 tires, so he wasn't really hanging on to that can, and the car left with the can stuck in it.
There's a situation where you don't normally see happen to these guys. Todd Parrott's usually on top of his game, letting his guys know. 2 or 4, undoubtedly, somebody wasn't paying attention, or either everybody assumed that they knew what they were going to do.
Matt?
Well, Mike, this is the catch can from Dale Jarrett's car. If I can have my cameraman pull down, you can see the neck here. They just said, I talked to Steve Allen, the gas man, and Rick Colson, the catch can man. They said it was just a little bit too tight. When DJ pulled away, it was just jammed in, and they could not pull it back out. We're ready for a restart, guys.
Jeff Gordon's the leader. We're going to let you listen to 600 horsepower times 43 here. Okay, 780 horsepower times 43.
Now you're getting up there, right?
We're not at the restrictor track.
You wouldn't even be in this race all you had 600.
Oh, we'll put a restrictor plate on your crank. Let's crank it up for you on this restart. Benson trying the inside on Jeff Gordon for the lead as Mayfield with him.
Jeremy's right there too. You know, Gordon took 2 tires. His car wasn't that, I don't think his car was that good before the pit stop. So I think if I'd been him, I'd have just gone and took 4 tires.
All these cars right here took 2 tires. Johnny Benson, Jeff Gordon, Jeremy Mayfield. Steve Burns, talking about Jeremy Mayfield, what's going on with him?
Well, Larry, not only did they take just right side tires, they also made a track bar adjustment on that number 12. Jeremy said he needed just a little bit more grip. Let's go to Gene Zelasco. I'm sorry, let's go to Dick.
Tony Stewart had a relatively long pit stop. Here's why. This rubber was in the right rear spring. Takes a little bit of a time to get this thing pulled out. They pulled it out in order to help the car coming off the corner. He came out in 14th spot, but with a better handling car. To Genie.
Well, Kevin Harvick was complaining that his car was still a little loose. So crew chief Kevin Hamlin said, come on in, we'll fix it, we'll take care of it. Now, of course, they had an air pressure adjustment. The first pit stop, more air pressure adjustments. This time, just 2 tires to that right side. They also took a rubber out of that right rear, and the drama continues for the 99 car, Jeff Burton. Still loose going in and out of the turns. They worked on that track bar again. Put a rubber in the right front, took a rubber out of the right rear, and he's still a lap down at 40th. Mike?
Yeah, Jeannie, several cars got lapped during that long green flag run at the start of the race, including Kenny Schrader, Terry Labonte, Ron Hornaday, Kenny Wallace, Burton and Petty due to pit stops or a lap down, Elliott Sadler, Bobby Hamilton, Stacy Compton is 2 laps back, and Kurt Busch was penalized a lap before the green flag for making a stop before the green and adding fuel to his car.
He's up here right now in that 97 car trying to get that lap back.
I tell you, the guy though, that Jimmy Spencer took 4 tires. He was our leader before those caution pit stop. He's coming back through the field real quickly, closing down on the front lead as we speak. That's the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
Spencer with 2 Instant Cup victories. They came while he was driving for Junior Johnson, Daytona, and Talladega. Mayfield going after Gordon.
Now you see 2 totally different driving styles there. See how Jeremy backed off early? That car shot by him on the outside. Now watch how he come off the corner. Down low, come off. He would like to put a slide job on him, but he knew better.
Oh, behind him. They're 3 wide. 4 wide. My gosh. The racing surface here is 75 feet wide. And they're using every inch of it.
Well, everybody's car, you know, after a pit stop, they all adjust on them and get them working differently than they were before. Some guys like that real low line around the inside. Others are making that real high line up next to the wall working. I think that's going to just keep on improving. Up high, got new pavement up there, hadn't been raced on. I think that's going to be the place to run before the day's over with.
From 154 miles an hour coming up off the corner, you see the speeds climb down the front straightaway for the leaders. Entering the corner for Mayfield. Wow. That's fast.
Now that's going into turn 3 back there, and you see there's a little bit difference in speed. There's about 3 to 4 mile an hour difference in the back straightaway entering turn 3 than there is coming around this big loop here in the front, where you're in the throttle so long you get up to over 195, maybe close to 200 mile an hour. So you're already at 198 there. The front straightaway is so much faster getting down into turn 1. But you're in the throttle from the middle of 3 and 4 to the middle of 1 and 2. Long, long, long way around this front straightaway. And that's why gear selection is so critical. You need gear to get up out of 2 to keep getting peak, getting past back there, but then it really taxes the engine down the front straightaway.
Well, Jimmy goes for a slide up into the corner. Climbed about 4 lanes.
Yeah, he's been about running that lane almost the entire race. He goes in low, moves up high in the center, and carries it off high off the corner.
From Spencer to the leader, 1.8 seconds.
Well, one thing about Spencer, back in there, and he was leading the race. He knows he's got a fast car. He has a tendency to overdrive, and that'll hurt you here. And particularly, you just come out of the pits on new tires. You need to give those tires a chance to build up a little bit and not hurt them.
It's been nearly 7 years since Spencer has been to victory lane in a Winston Cup race. Both his wins coming in July of 1994.
And then Travis Carter, a lot like Andy Petrie. He's been in this business a long time and has really struggled as a car owner to win races.
He's come up on the car of Ward Burton at 22. You saw it really hurt his speed right there, the interval.
And Harvick got him. Harvick had momentum and jumped right underneath him.
Harvick gets that good swing down. He runs down the hill and gets momentum and takes the position away.
And that'll just make Jimmy mad.
Boy, look at Mark Martin in that 6 car. He took 2 tires as well. He's on the move.
He's hanging right there.
72 of 250 laps complete. 144 miles in the California NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox.
My turn.
The power and performance of rigid wet dry vacs. Built so heavy duty, they carry a lifetime warranty. Like our 16-gallon 2-in-1 vac that converts to a detachable blower in seconds. You'll find it at Home Depot's guaranteed low price every day. Rigid. Buy it at the Home Depot.
This is the all-new Silverado Heavy Duty. The most powerful heavy-duty pickup you can get. And the 2001 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Silverado Heavy Duty. More truck from Chevy.
Introducing new Armor All Protectant Wipes. Armor All Shine and Protection, now in a wipe.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-actin' Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-actin' Tinactin.
Can I have your attention, please? There's something big happening at Subway.
2 new gourmet breads. Delicious Asiago cheese with real Asiago cheese baked on top, and tasty country wheat with rolled oats, poppy seeds, and more. Subway's 2 new fresh-baked gourmet breads. They're causing quite a stir.
Hey, nice pajamas!
Subway. Eat fresh.
The Napa Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by Subway, showing the world how great a fresh sandwich can taste. Subway, eat fresh. By Goodyear, serious technology, freedom from worry. And by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Johnny Benson currently in front of Jeremy Mayfield for the lead in Fontana, California. We've had 6 different leaders and 7 lead changes. And Kevin Harvick with a pass for 5th place, Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, coming off of turn 4 just a minute ago, he was following, trying to get by Jimmy Spencer as well as Ward Burton. As they come up upon them, he automatically just cuts it to the bottom of the racetrack. I mean, what a move as they come to the start-finish line and passes both Spencer and Burton for that position.
As Jeannie Zelasco pointed out, yes. Look at the leaders. That's Johnny Benson right now with Mayfield, who won last year.
Yeah, last year's winner, Jeremy Mayfield, makes a move right there on Johnny Benson and takes the lead as they head off down into turn 1.
All right, we mentioned Kevin Harvick, as Jeannie Zelasco pointed out, of course, coming back home to California. He said a lot has changed in his life from last year to this year. Mary's Winston Cup racing. He's also continuing in the Busch Series, 2nd currently.
He's currently 2nd to Greg Biffle, last year's truck champion. And as they said yesterday, the guy who left here every year so far from California, leading the points, has won the championship. So it's looking good for Greg Biffle.
And speaking of trucks, this year's Craftsman Truck Series, after 4 of 24 races, Scott Riggs leading Joe Ruttman.
Yeah, the wily veteran. I'm telling you right now, Joe just keeps hanging in there. But I really like Ricky Hendrick and that Hendrick truck, who's Rick Hendrick's son. He's doing an exceptional job this year.
All right, meanwhile, the fun of the Son of Fontana continues. Let's go up to the booth with Mike, Larry, and Darrell.
78 laps complete. 156 of 500 miles they'll run today. And there's Jeff Gordon, who is back there in 3rd place after that 2-tire change.
And the fastest car on the track right now, by the way. He's closing up on those front 2. He and Jimmy Spencer have been running better lap times than the 2 lead cars have, and it's starting to show as he closes up on the lead. And again, they're running 2 distinctively different lines. He's up high right around the top. These lead cars, Mayfield and Benson, are kind of running the low line. Let's see Matt, what's the 10 got going on, bud?
Well, DW, for the first 47 laps, Johnny Benson was tight on exit. When they pitted on lap 47, they made an air pressure adjustment. And then on that last stop, they went from 8th to 2nd. They have 2 new tire changers they picked up this week from the 43 car. Right now, they feel like that the 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield was a little bit better. Benson told his spotter, Dale Cagle, to tell Mayfield's spotter that he will not challenge him. He'll just dive on by and duck in behind him because it's too early in the race to battle.
Nobody told Jeff Gordon.
Well,
he's up there battling.
They're running 2 different lines, and Benson pulls down and gives him the outside. He gives him that run off the corner that he needs to make the pass instead of sliding up in front of him and trying to block him. See, Gordo's car was real tight around the bottom. He kept trying to pass Todd Bodine underneath him. He couldn't never do it. Now he's got it up high and freed that thing up, and he's flying now.
You want to talk about how mistakes on pit road can just take your day from the pit house to the outhouse. Todd Bodine running in the top 5, stalled out on pit road, couldn't get it going. He's all the way back in 25th position, and he can't seem to go any further forward than that. And another guy, you talk about Dale Jarrett sitting up there fighting for the lead of the race. Catch can get stuck in the car. He has to come back in. He's marred back in 33rd position. You can't make mistakes on pit road.
It's just so difficult to pass.
Well, tell that to Jeff Gordon, because here he comes again.
Seems to be difficult to pass. Some guys seem to be able to do it better than others.
He takes the inside on Mayfield, and he might bring Benson with him.
And normally at this point in the show, you just don't really put up that big a fight. Again, I keep saying this, but the spotters and the crew chiefs are saying, hey, that 24 car's a little quicker. Fall in behind him, follow him, and see what he's doing that we're not doing so we can race him at the end.
Boy, this racetrack is wide. You can run side by side, 3 wide, 4 wide, nice and smooth, 3 grooves.
instead of holding people up, you know, when they are faster than you are, get in behind them and go to school on them. See what line they're running. See what they're doing that you can do that you haven't been doing, so you can be there for the finish.
Benson had a look under Mayfield and now settles back in behind him in third. Did I say settle?
No, I don't think so.
I better not.
Seems to be a little bit better than Jeremy right now.
Guys, one of our fastest cars, though, is Kevin Harvick in that 29 car. He's starting to run that high line. He's all over the back of Jimmy Spencer right now in the 26 car.
Yeah, Spencer pulled past him and got away from him for a little while, but Harvick's closing right back up on the back of Spencer and might be able to make the pass. Now is when the guy with the low gear is going to really start to shine, because he can get a jump up off of that second turn. That's tight off of there, and you don't run the back straightaway as fast, so you need low gears to get up the back.
And when a car is tight, a lower gear, it will actually help the tightness. It will help the car turn. You're putting more power to the rear wheels.
It's a combination of, the cars have to be tight. You can't run them loose. You can't put 800 horsepower down to the racetrack if your car is loose. So you got to make a combination of changes to make it where you'll accelerate straight up off the corner.
These fans are loving this battle with Jimmy Spencer and Kevin Harvick right now.
Well, the other local fans here, Harvick fans. Let me show you what tight is. Car goes down in the corner. He's trying to turn. See how high up in the racetrack you'll get? You get way up there. And that's when your car is tight. And then, of course, it'll exit real high off the corner. Because see how far your hands are over here? That's about the, 11 o'clock position. That's showing the car way, way tight. Hands need to be at about the 12 o'clock position. Now, here we are inside the car. Actual time, real time right here. And let me show you. He's coming around through the front straightaway here. So he's just leaning on a little bit. See, he's about at the 12, just a little between 11 and 12. And that's not a bad place to be. Now, he's going to crank on a little bit more for exit, make it turn, fight it a little bit because it's trying to put the power down. But he's working that steering wheel. Now, see how nice and comfortable he is down the straightaway, hands relaxed, car's handling good. Now, this turn, the third turn, is a little more abrupt. You really got to crank it in here a little harder. See how much further over to the left his hands are? It's a little tighter through there. Now, he's going to play with it off the corner here, just kind of letting it go where it wants to.
And, Darrell, the other way you control that tightness, you have to back off the throttle, play with the throttle a little bit as well.
If we could see his feet, we'd see that his hands and his feet are doing very similar things.
You see there, he touches the brake. As he backs off the throttle, entering the corner, just touches that brake right there. Just a little bit. Off the brake, wide open throttle.
Well, speaking of brakes,
we'll take one. As you ride with Johnny Benson, the second-place car behind Jeff Gordon. With Mayfield, Spencer, and Harvick, the top 5 in the NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox.
The Simpsons 90-minute marathon gets a big thumbs up. Or is that a thumbs off?
Oh, why isn't it working?
It all starts at a special time, 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
In the world of compact pickups, only one truck can have the most available power. Only one can offer the most towing. Only one has the biggest standard bed. Only one has been ranked most appealing compact pickup for 4 straight years. The interesting thing is that all these superlatives can be found on only one truck, Dodge Dakota. Now get a $2,000 cash allowance or low 0.9 financing on Dodge Dakota.
This is the track known for its awesome restarts, incredible high speeds, long straightaways with 3 demanding turns, and a fan favorite pit paddock pass that puts you near all the action. The stars of NASCAR invade Pocono Raceway twice this year. June 17th, it's the Pocono 500 with a post-race concert by Billy Ray Cyrus. And July 29th, it's the Pennsylvania 500 with a post-race concert by Travis Tritt. So call now, 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY, operators standing by.
Bankruptcy, divorce, medical bills, even high credit card balances. It doesn't matter anymore. Pick up the phone and call for Easy Car Credit. Then start driving the kind of vehicle you deserve.
It was great. They got me into a car with a payment I could afford.
I picked up the phone and called and got car credit. It was that simple.
If you need a car, they're the ones that can help.
Call now. Start driving a better vehicle today.
Seinfeld, weeknights at 7 on Fox 40.
Welcome back live, Fox Racing from Fontana. Jeff Gordon, who's won this race twice before, California guy, has the lead at the moment over Johnny Benson, Jimmy Spencer third. Let's do a quick recap and take a look. Jeff Burton, Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, they're unhooking the rear sway bar. The car's so loose, they had to unhook it, and the guy getting loose off of turn 4, Bobby Labonte, spun. Another guy not doing very well, had to come back in. Dale Jarrett, current point leader, had the overflow can caught, had to come back in and remove it before we could go back out. And right now he's kind of stuck back in about 33rd position.
All right, let's look at the guys who have pushed forward as we ride along with Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started 27th. Now he's creeping up to 10th, and he had all kinds of problems. Remember, he had an engine go out and then blew a motor in his backup car yesterday.
And also crashed the car. Also the 77 car, Robert Preston, is doing exceptionally well, moving up to 41st, up 34 positions to the 7th position.
Also, Bobby Hamilton Jr. is using a provisional who started late. And look at Presley as he is improving quite a bit.
He's doing really good here. Like I say, running the 7th position. Again, he's one of the guys who crashed the car early on and had to bring a backup car out. They've done an extremely good job. And Darrell, what can you say about guys like that right there? That really puts a load on the driver's shoulders.
Well, it does. It's hard on everybody's confidence. You know, when you wreck your primary car, that puts you in a hole. Then you put your backup car out there to qualify. It wasn't right when he qualified. He goes out for a happy hour and blows the motor. So, you know, I guess he might say maybe it can't get any worse than this.
Talk about a couple fellows who had problems early. Bobby Labonte spun on lap 58 to bring out the only caution so far, and he's running 30th. Right behind him, Kyle Petty made an unscheduled pit stop. They worked on the left side of the car and removed a loose tear off. So Kyle is one lap down. And also in the It's Not Our Day, Not Yet department, Dale Jarrett, who had that catch can problem on his pit stop. For more on Jarrett's teammate, Ricky Rudd, here's Steve.
And Ricky Rudd on the last pit stop, Mike, that everybody made. He took 4 tires. Crew chief Michael McSwain thought about taking 2, but an interesting philosophy. They said, let's watch what the other cars that take 2 tires do. Michael said it's too early to try to gamble on that. And the 12 car, which is pitting right in front of them, took 2, and they liked the results. Smart move by Michael McSwain.
He didn't want to be the guinea pig. No, but let me tell you about 2 tires. They will be as good as 4 tires for a while. Where the 4 tires will start to shine is when we get close to pitting again. And those cars with 4 tires are going to have somewhat of an advantage over those that only took 2.
Looking right behind Ricky Rudd, Kurt Busch. You're going to see a lot of maturity from a young driver right here today because he started this race 1 lap down at the green flag because of a miscue on pit road when he came in to change left side tires. They added fuel. That's against the rules before the race starts. So he's a lap down. But this is a young fellow who 4 years ago was stocking supermarket shelves. And it proves you got to have a dream, you got to have a passion, and you got to go after it. He went after it, caught the eye of Jack Roush, and now 4 years removed from high school in that supermarket, he's racing in Winston Cup.
Well, I tell kids all the time, have a passion. Care about something, whatever it is, and then pursue it with all your heart.
Jeff Gordon. The only thing here that is more on rails than Jeff Gordon are the Metrolink trains parked out on the backstretch that brought some 9,000 fans here to the Speedway. The only Speedway with mass transit right to its door in America. And that's a great way to go to the races. No traffic jams, no tie-ups. Next time, I'm taking the train.
We go to leave here today with 92,000 plus people leaving here. We're probably going to wish we were on the train.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, and it'll be take a ticket, take a seat, too.
Now, we talk talked about Robert Presley and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started in provisionals. Both are in backup cars. But track position, their crews rolled the dice on that last caution and changed 2 tires on these guys. And we're only about 15 laps away from the next pit stop. So these guys made up that ground by pit strategy. 2 tires.
Now, here's the situation, and sometimes I get myself into second-guessing everything that we do or have done. I've got to take 4 tires under green if I'm Jeff Gordon, because I only took 2 under that last caution flag. But if I'm Jimmy Spencer, I can take 2 tires right sides, because I took 4 under caution. So the roles could reverse now, and Gordon could come out behind Jimmy Spencer.
Spencer runs third. You're riding with Johnny Benson in second behind leader Jeff Gordon.
Go, Jeff. What?
Darrell, one more thing. Think about it like this, though, buddy. If you've got a pit crew, and we've already seen it, guys doing stops, 14.4. You got to get the car full of gas. It takes 11 to 12 seconds to get it full of gas. Why not go ahead and put 4 tires on it and not worry about it at this point in the race?
Well, no, it's a good point. I mean, but later on, when it came down to the stretch, that's why I like to put 4 under caution. I always like to take 4 tires if I can.
And I agree with you. That's the smartest thing to do. It'll never, ever beat you. It'll never, ever beat you.
And we don't like beating ourselves, do we, bud?
Heck no, I sure don't. I always hear about it on Monday.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. drives past Robert Presley to move up to 8th.
They've been battling for 10 laps.
Jeff Gordon, your leader, by 2.4 seconds over Johnny Benson. We've run nearly 200 miles here in California.
There you are. I see you. So tall, so beautiful, so sexy, so curvaceous. I know what you want. You want a kiss, don't you? A hard, sexy, dangerous kiss. Yeah, I know it's just a kiss. But not today, baby. Not today.
Check it out, a totally twisted way to eat pizza.
Yeah, new Twisted Crust Pizza from Pizza Hut. It's breadsticks.
No, it's pizza.
It's both.
Look, go directly to the Twisted Crust and tear off a breadstick.
Dude, what planet are you from? You eat your pizza first and you save your breadsticks till the end.
No, it's breadsticks first, then the free marinara or ranch dipping sauce, then pizza.
You're twisted. Pizza first.
The new Twisted Crust Pizza from Pizza Hut. Breadsticks and pizza together at last.
I got one word for you. Breadsticks.
That's 2 words, Brainiac.
Another one of the best pizzas under one roof.
NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by MBNA, issuer of the official NASCAR credit card. Log on, mbna.com.
You're watching Fox Racing from Fontana, and on the Fox family of networks, as Jeff Gordon has the lead. He's won here twice. Don't forget, Totally NASCAR on Fox Sports Net tonight at 9 and every Sunday at 9 o'clock. Jeff Gordon has led 29 laps now. We've had 7 leaders, 9 lead changes. Don't forget Victory Lane tonight at 9 o'clock on the Fox Sports Net. Totally NASCAR weeknights at 6 o'clock on Fox Sports Net with Steve Burns. And Jeff Hammond, Kevin Harvick. We talked about the 2 Californians here. Kevin Harvick making a move once again.
Yeah, he's California dreaming, I think, right now. He's dreaming of getting to victory lane. Car looks extremely good. He's got a nice rhythm going. We're not even halfway, and I see a lot of these teams, they're already kind of getting an idea of what kind of strategies they want to get into, working on their cars, getting them balanced out. Racetracks coming in, we're getting 2 grooves. I mean, we got really exciting race getting ready to develop.
Let's go down to Jeannie Zalasko for more on Kevin Harvick. Jeannie?
Well, Chris, Jeff hit on it exactly. The 29 car of Kevin Harvick, they feel like they have it balanced now because they took that rubber out of the right rear, that last pit stop, and now he says the car is great. It was really loose, and he has no complaints.
Now, you see the tape on Harvick's windshield right there? That's in there because as he's going down that back straightaway into that third turn, he's looking right into the sun. And the later in the day it gets, the more of a factor that will be. So it just gives him a little shade. It's like pulling down your sun visor. So it's a little built-in sun visor that you put on there before the race starts.
Harvick looking over Johnny Benson for third place here.
A lot of drivers with a lot of experience will figure that out, you know, after the race is over with.
And these guys sit pretty low in the race car, don't even use that part of the windshield to look out.
Michael Waltrip coming to pit road after only 44 laps on the racetrack.
This could be, it's a little early, but not much. This could be within the window, I think.
Mike Wallace also coming in. Now both these are lead lap cars, but running right toward the tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, Michael had gotten up to 15th there, and he was his car was looking a lot better than it did in the start of the race. I can say that.
And still this battle goes on with now Harvick moving past Benson. You got to love coming here to California. I saw a PT Cruiser panel truck in the parking lot yesterday. Chrysler doesn't make one. There's a Hummer limousine stretch in the parking lot. There's a Surf Woody out there. This is cool.
My favorite thing was the garbage truck with chrome wheels, though, buddy. You don't see that back east.
No.
Michael Waltrip's teammate, Steve Park, he's on pit road. Mike Skinner's on pit road, Matt Yoakum.
Well, the problem for Steve Park is a problem that he's had most of the day and yesterday in the morning practice session. His car was very, very tight. You see them cranking, making a wedge and track bar adjustment. They also made an air pressure adjustment. A 4-tire stop for the one car of Steve Park. And now he pulls away. 15.3 seconds for Walt Smith and the boys. To Dick.
And Mike Skinner just pulls away. They put a little bit more wedge in that car. He's been loose all day, and they're trying to tighten it up for him.
Stacey Compton's in, Todd Bodine, Andy Houston, all making pit stops, and Terry Labonte.
This is a lot of the same group that pitted early when we was under green the last time, around lap 50.
Todd Bodine was a contender until his first pit stop. See if they fare better this time.
Maybe they can help him out here this time. They're going to make an adjustment back there. You can see the guy stick the wrench down in there. He makes a turn on the track bar, look like.
Dave Blaney, Johnny Benson come to pit road, and Jeremy Mayfield. As we keep an eye on leader Jeff Gordon as green flag pit stops at lap 107.
Third place car Benson in.
Matt?
Johnny Benson hits pit road. The same thing for the 10 car. He was a little bit tight. That's all he could muster, he said, so that's why he just ducked in and started riding. They come around to work on the left side. Remember, we told you 2 new tire changes. A lot of changes on this over-the-wall crowd for this James Ince-led team. And he's down and away.
Jeff Burton, Jeff Gordon both in.
Jimmy Spencer.
Mayfield completing his stop. Here's Steve.
And this time, Jeremy Mayfield gets 4 tires and a chassis adjustment. He said he had been loose in and tight off. 4 tires for Jeremy Mayfield. Matt Yoakum.
55 miles per hour, the pit road speed. Jeff Gordon hits his marks. He was talking about his car being a little tight in the center of the corner and tight off. They throw around the possibilities of a wedge adjustment. The 8 car could possibly be out of fuel. No chassis adjustments on the 24s. The 26 car is out. They did make an air pressure adjustment in the right rear, trying to loosen that car up a little bit. Jeff Gordon is back to the action.
Jimmy Spencer, Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott in, Robert Presley, Kyle Petty, Jerry Nadeau, Hut Strickland, Bobby Hamilton, Dale Earnhardt Jr., now Kevin Harvick and Rusty Wallace.
They're running a lot of tape on these cars, Larry. Look at that. The only opening on the car is up here on the upper grill. All the bottom closed off solid. I noticed Jeff Gordon's car is the same way.
Private racetrack. There you see them trying to push him and get him started. He was out of fuel. Looked like they was going to shoot a little ether down in the cow.
And that cost about 6 extra seconds for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jeannie?
Well, the 29 car, Kevin Harvick, was waiting for the 24 car to make the move, and they get 1 lot of fuel and also got to clean out that windshield. Also, an air pressure adjustment is what they have made to that right rear tire, although he says the car is running great.
Sterling Marlin, Matt Kenseth, Ricky Rudd on pit road, Tony Stewart as well, and Harvick's having trouble. Can't get him going.
He wasn't out of fuel. He just stalled it as he dropped the clutch to leave the pits.
Ward Burton is in.
And how would you like to just done a 14-second stop and then have to push the car?
And look, he's in the way of the 28 car, Ricky Rudd. Car's still not running.
Now, Rudd will pull straight ahead to get out of his stall if they don't move Harvick.
They got to move him back, but you can't push him over that line just in front of him right here. You can't push past that line.
So Rudd pulls away safely.
And these guys are having to do this with all these cars making green flag stops. There you see John Andretti. This is Kevin Harvick's wife.
Boy, we've seen a lot of problems in the pits today.
Jeannie?
Guys, we see the look on Kevin Harvick's wife and everybody in the pit crew because the starter is not working. That is what they're saying on the radio right now as they push the car back here and try to figure out what went wrong. But you can read it all over his wife's face.
Now they're going to have to try to bump start him when he pops the clutch and gets it rolling. Wow.
John Andretti had to go all the way down through the pits to get out of pit road. This is all happening under green flag.
There was a race onto pit road. Watch Tony Stewart and Kurt Busch trying to get slowed down to pit road speed here. Whoa.
And their job is to get to that line where that speed limit starts as quick as they can.
Oh, yeah, that's that in and out thing we talk about. We got that total lap time in and out, and that's part of it.
Mark Martin assumed the lead, and now he'll make his pit stop. Matt?
Mark Martin was talking on the radio to his crew chief, Jimmy Finnegan, car chief, Sean Parker, about the fact that his 6 car just cannot get any grip on this racetrack. They're going to make a track bar adjustment and a 4-tire stop. He just said, as you can see, the wrench going in the back window. He said he just cannot seem to get any kind of grip here. Boy, significant rounds. As they come around to the left side, Sean Parker on that rear tire. And they slide it on, they index the tire, and Martin is down and away. 16.7 seconds.
Well, Martin keeps 2 streaks alive. He's led every Winston Cup race at California, and he's led every race this year.
Now, good news, bad news. You can help that grip factor by letting air out of the rear tires. The bad news is then the car won't turn to the center of the corner. So you got a really problem there. You got to fix it 2 ways. Take some air out, take some wedge out.
Now, Dale Jarrett had to make that penalty stop. Will he take just 2 tires to try to catch back up track position?
I just believe they'll go with 4 tires. That was a long way to go. That was a long way to go on trying to do 2 tires.
I don't know how many tires he's going to take, but I bet he doesn't. I bet his catch can man gets that can out there this time.
Well, the big reason I think they'll have to change 4 tires, and the caution is out. Caution is out. He's sitting on pit road.
So it's right sides only for Jarrett. Go. They send him away to try to keep him on the lead lap as caution is out.
I think he's okay because he only took 2 tires. He was the leader, so he had a lot of track to give up.
And this will keep him on the lead lap, Matt Yoakum.
They were going to make a 4-tire stop, Larry, but when the caution came out, Todd Parrott wisely, when they finished service on the right side, said, go, 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 go. Shocked a few people, including Steve Allen, the gas man, until they too realized that we're under caution.
Debris in turns 3 and 4 has put us under caution for the 2nd time.
But what I liked and what I love to hear, did you hear Todd Parrott? He didn't get excited. He didn't scream at the guys. 2 tires, guys. 2 tires. 2 tires. And they put him on and he left.
That's the reason they've won races
before you led a lap. Before you pitted.
And that is 5.
So he led a lap, which he needed to do. He got 2 tires. He'll come back in more than likely, get left sides now because...
Here, you want the rubber in the right front? I got one made up for it.
But only taking 2 tires, he is now up to 14th place.
Well, see, I think that was his theory about, we talk about him riding back there. He said, I'm going to let my pit crew that got me behind catch me back up.
Now, I believe that Dale Jarrett, that car has gotten loose on him because Todd Parrott asked him about a rubber in the right front. That increases that spring rate up there, will tighten the car up. But what I don't like about a rubber in the right front here, it gains too much spring rate off the corner and will make the car push.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
228 of 500 miles are complete here at the California Speedway. You're watching the Napa Auto Parts 500 on Fox.
Look, we only want what's best for you.
Once you make a plan, stick to it. You're not going
dressed like that, are you?
Now get a $1,000 cash allowance or low 0.9 financing on Dodge Stratus.
It's the hottest thing to ever come out of Taco Bell. Introducing the grilled stuffed burrito.
Elsa Benitez is hot. Yeah, but take away the grilled stuffed burrito and what do you got? Just another international swimsuit supermodel walking through a Taco Bell parking lot.
Inside it's sizzling with flavors melting together. Outside grilled crispy and delicious. The new grilled stuffed burrito. Grilling makes it better inside and out.
Hey, guys.
That's one incredible burrito.
Washers and dryers on sale at Sears Appliance Super Sale. Get 0% on appliances until October 2001 and free delivery. The top 6 brands only at Sears.
If you could use some help, Labor Ready makes finding it easy. Just call 1-800-24-LABOR or go to laborready.com. Order anytime. The day before or an hour before. No interviewing, no paperwork, no hassles. And with over 800 offices across the U.S. and Canada, there's a Labor Ready near you. You can find good help these days. Labor Ready. Dependable temporary labor.
The NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by Dodge and nearly 3,000 dealers who invite you to come see what's different. By Taco Bell. And by Labor Ready. Dependable temporary labor guaranteed.
We're under our second caution here. Jeff Gordon, a two-time winner of the event as these fans look on. They have seen Jeff lead for 38 laps. We'll be back from Fontana in a moment. Don't go away.
There they are. There they are. There they are.
Hey, Ma. Hello. How you doing? I'm okay. Just a little busy. Where's Stanley?
How will you make your money last when you retire? Conseco offers a wide variety of retirement products that can help. Conseco, step up.
Hey, Dad, what's that?
That's a pink flamingo.
What's that?
Bullfrog.
What's that?
That, son, is a Chevy Monte Carlo.
If you want to see 700 horses under a hood, spend a day by the lake on the famous Daytona infield, but bring your Visa card, because you won't get in with American Express.
Isn't nature great?
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Good luck today.
We race. We take chances.
The breakdown, everything is gonna shake out someday. I know the breakdown. Tell me again, am I awake now, baby?
Driven. What drives you? Rated PG-13. Now playing at a theater near you.
Experience all the action of America's favorite spectator sport at Dover Downs International Speedway. Beginning Friday, June 1st, the tough trucks roar into Dover Downs with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series MBNA E-Commerce 200. Saturday, June 2nd, the MBNA Platinum 200 Busch Grand National rips up the Monster Mile. Then Sunday, June 3rd, the Winston Cup Series screams into Dover Downs in the MBNA Platinum 400. The hottest cars, the biggest stars, 7,000 new seats. 3 incredible days, June 1st through 3rd. Get tickets online now at doverdowns.com or call 1-800-441-RACE.
When a joyride goes bad, can Malcolm and his brothers hide it from Lois?
I looked really cool right up until I hit the mailbox. You think Mom will notice?
Malcolm in the Middle, all new at 8:30 tonight on Fox.
Baby, don't hurt me no more.
Yes, they're getting ready to go green. We're going Roxbury.
Wow.
Yeah.
Need to work on your rhythm.
Speaking of green.
It says this is the land of fruits and nuts.
It's a very, and flakes. There's a few flakes.
The last time I saw Jeff do that, he's telling me, don't worry, we'll fix it.
It's a very agricultural community out here.
Up there,
It's like a bowl of cereal up there. Fruits, nuts, flakes.
Yeah.
Jeff Hammond, you notice I'm not saying a word.
That's right. Larry,
you know what?
He's been heffing Jeff.
Couple of slow leaks down there.
I think you've heard enough from us for a minute. Why don't we just crank it up on this restart and let you enjoy all that pure American horsepower. Green flag. In-car cameras? We've got your in-car cameras. Take your pick.
It's like looking at a family photo album.
Hollywood Squares.
The Brady family?
A little dysfunctional, I might add.
A couple of drivers had problems. Kevin Harvick, who had that long stop, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to hang on the lead lap. Dick Bertrand.
Well, Jimmy Spencer ran out of fuel as well, but fortunately the engine refired. He got it back into the pits. They only got 48 laps out of the last tank of gas. That's not enough. They are concerned about fuel mileage. Tony Stewart's crew right now is telling them to be very, very careful on the low air pressure. Don't lose it. He almost did last time out of the pit stops. To Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, speaking of slow leaks, Jeremy Mayfield said he thought he had one during those caution laps. He pulled up next to his teammate, Rusty Wallace, asked Rusty to do a visual ID. Rusty said the tire's fine, but Jeremy Mayfield is saying he is definitely better on 2 tires than 4. Jeannie?
Well, guys, as it turns out, Kevin Harvick was indeed also coming out of gas as he was coming down pit road. Their calculations said he could go 4 more laps. Now, Harvick is asked, were we off because we picked up speed? Crew chief Kevin Hamlin said, no, we thought we could get 53 laps out of a tank of gas, and it's not going to be that way this afternoon. Matt?
Under that caution, Dale Jarrett made another visit to pit road. They completed the service. Their planned 4-tire stop, which then became a 2-tire stop when the yellow dropped. Steve Allen, the gas man, was only able on that first stop to get 1 round in on the chassis. When it came back down, he put the other round in. His car was very, very loose. Now Dale Jarrett has still been running in the 21st position. No word yet on how his car is now. I believe his car is better. He was just sitting back there riding before that caution came out, and now he's up on the wheel again. Looks like he's trying to get past a few cars here.
You know, guys, with the caution coming out on lap 114, back raced at 118, I believe everybody that we've seen all day, they should be able to do it on 2 more stops. All they would have to do is run about 45 laps a stop.
Second place battle, Ricky Rudd trying to take it from Jeff Gordon and Rusty Wallace and Johnny Benson in the mix.
Boy, the 24 car, he drove it down in the corner, Darrell.
Yeah, he did, but, you know, he's running that real high line, and when these guys have got new tires on, they can get under you. He's going to have to wait for their tires to give up a little bit, then I think he'll be all right. Jeff Gordon I'm talking about. But when you got fresh tires on, you can go back to the bottom, but it's really slick down there, and the more laps you put on your tires, the harder it is to stay there.
Jimmy Spencer, the leader. Gordon leading this pack for second place.
Coming outside on your
comes
quarter.
up into the mix. So does the 12 of Jeremy Mayfield.
That's what you call boxed right there. We heard Sterling talk about he was boxed last week. Well, he is boxed.
Let's Let's have a look at the interval on Fox Tracks between Jimmy Spencer and right in the midst of that pack, 5th place, Rusty Wallace. Wallace completing the pass on Benson. Now up to 4th.
He's gaining in a hurry, too. If you look at the interval right there.
You give these guys enough caution flags, get one when they need it, and let them adjust on their cars a little bit, and some of the guys that have been struggling will find themselves right at the front of the pack. And you're afraid to do anything to a car when it's real good. You just say, keep doing the same thing over and over again, but if the track changes on you, you got to stay on top of your game, man.
And this racetrack changes as the day goes on, more rubber on the racetrack. And I think that's Jeff Gordon and his group. They've always done such a great job in adapting to the track changing.
Well, what happens is when the track's slick and kind of greasy down low, you'll find that high groove. But guess what? That baby goes away, too. Then you got to get back down on the bottom if you're going to be good at the end.
But Darrell brings up a good point. Larry, when the driver says, give me exactly what I have on this set of tires, how hard is that to do, to give him the exact same thing to go back out with?
It's very hard to do. You can certainly duplicate air pressures. You can make no adjustments on the chassis. But sometimes, and we've learned a lot about this, the tire rate will change from one set to another set, and then the car maybe won't be exactly the same.
Yeah, it drives you crazy because the driver starts screaming, what did you do to my car?
Right.
And the guys say, we didn't do anything. Well, then next time, do something.
A guy that's got a great race car, Kurt Busch, in that 97 car right there, he can't make that lap up. He's in 34th position. I think if he could ever make that lap up, he could get up there and run with these guys. He's running with them now.
Jimmy Spencer led the halfway lap, and that's not been a good omen this season.
Well, Spencer ran really good here last year. He qualified second. He ran up front. He led some laps last year, but he blew the engine right near the end of the race.
He has now led, Darrell, 4 of the 5 races we've had at California, including today.
And he ran really well yesterday in the Busch race. And I believe that's helping him today as well.
And folks, I guess if you can accept that no 2 snowflakes are alike, no 2 sets of tires are exactly alike. And that's what they're wrestling with here when a driver wants the same thing he has.
I think it's the DNA is off on them.
Just a bit. Too hard to clone them. That is Kenny Wallace. He's carrying the Autism Awareness ribbon on the side of his car. Thank you to Jack Birmingham and the Eel River Racing team for that. But Wallace says that this unsponsored car is burning up money at the rate of $200,000 a race and may have to skip Richmond if they don't land a sponsor.
In 1998, I had my own team. It was costing me $450,000 to $600,000 a month that was coming out of my pocket to keep my car on the racetrack without a sponsor. This sport will bring you to your knees. You got to have you can make a small fortune in racing, but you better start with a big one.
Second place battle. Rusty Wallace in the middle of it. Puts his Miller car underneath the Haviland 28 of Ricky Rudd and going after Jeff Gordon.
Those 3 cars, they run, all 3 of them run different lines through turn 1 and 2 right then.
You can go in at different places. You can run through the middle in different places. But guess what? Everybody wants to be in the same place when they exit the corner. And that's right out next to that wall because the momentum will carry you there. Watch how close they get to that outside retaining wall. Wham, wham, wham. See, they come way from the bottom all the way to the top. And you got the wheels cut to the left. You're wide open in the throttle, and you just hope when it gets up there that it does not hit it.
Johnny Benson keeps grinding away on the bottom side, going after Ricky Rudd. This is for 4th place.
And quite honestly, I like that. Keep working on the bottom, keep working on your car, because at the end of the day, that's where you got to be. And we haven't said near enough about Robert Preston.
Nope.
I mean, he has given that thing a whale of a ride. He's been in the top 10 the whole race.
But you got to go back to the strategy those guys used after they had ran 10 laps, decided to change 2 tires, had a good race car, got that track position. Now they're proving they can stay up there. And that is a Penske engine as well as Jeremy Mayfield in the 12 car.
And it is a backup car. He crashed his car in practice and he had to get the backup car out. So I've seen that many, many times. You get the old dog out, you know, the one that won't hunt, and it turns out to be a good old dog.
Presley hoping for his first top 15 Winston Cup finish at the California Speedway. Brian Weitzel's cousin, Ken Weitzel, is here as a guest, and that's just not a camouflage suit for the heck of it. He was one of the 3 pilots in the missing man formation of the flyover during the pre-race today. Another look at it. They're running almost as fast as Jimmy Spencer is here in California right now.
I have something to tell you.
What is it?
I'm having an affair.
With who?
Instantly replay live TV.
With your sister, Crystal.
Miss nothing. Ultimate TV. Watch what you can do.
She just doesn't understand me.
What's to understand? I mean, what is that, Michael?
Is that what you think I sound like?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, do you use a cellular phone? What's come between you two is static. Here, Sprint PCS built the only all-digital, all-PCS nationwide network, so your calls are clear.
Thank you.
Sprint PCS. Plans starting at $19.99, including real nationwide long distance.
Hey, let's show more road. We're gonna get some Asiago cheese.
Scusi?
All right then, next stop, Scusi. Chop chop, fasto.
Subway introduces 2 new fresh-baked gourmet breads. Delicious Asiago cheese with real Asiago cheese baked on top, and tasty country wheat with rolled oats, poppy seeds, and more. 2 new gourmet breads at Subway.
Stroke, 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 stroke.
Subway. Eat fresh.
NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by NAPA Auto Parts. NAPA, we keep America running.
Fox welcomes you back to sunny Southern California and the Fontana, California Speedway. Next week, FX, Friday qualifying, the Winston Cup practice, the push race, Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. That's on FX. And then Saturday, NASCAR this morning. Note the special day, 10 o'clock Eastern, from Sunday to Saturday, and then the 400-mile Winston Cup race under the lights at short track at Richmond. And if you don't get FX, to get it, 1-800-FX-FX-FX1. At least you know who you're calling. That's 1-800-FX-FX-FX1. Pay attention. You'll notice here in Fontana that Rusty Wallace has moved up to second behind Jimmy Spencer. Rusty quietly staying up front all day, looking to extend his streak of 15 consecutive years of winning a race in a season. Jeff Hammond, you spoke with Robin Pemberton this morning.
Yes, I did, Chris. They weren't totally happy with their race car, and he said, we didn't get a chance to make long runs yesterday, Jeff. The most we ran was 7 laps. We're not really too sure how the car's going to be, but we believe, based off of what little bit of running we did get to do, we've got the car very tunable. We've got to where it will allow us to work on a really hot, slick racetrack, and I believe it hit the right combination.
Of course, Jeremy Mayfield currently running 7th. His teammate Penske has won at least one race in each season for 10 consecutive seasons. Let's go back up to Mike Joy.
Watching Rusty Wallace wheel around this racetrack. Runner up to Jimmy Spencer by just 0.8 of a second.
Watch, you're in the middle of the corner here. Watch how close they get to the exit of the wall here. As they exit the corner, look how close they get up next to that wall. And, buddy, it doesn't take much to get you against that wall when you're out that close. And that's at full throttle coming out. See Mark Martin fishtail a little bit there, trying to keep it off the wall. You use up every inch of the racetrack that there is exiting turn 4.
Best battle on the racetrack, Darrell, has been Bobby Labonte and Bill Elliott battling for 21st with Andy Houston and Hut Strickland. They almost swapped a bit of paint here a lap ago.
I think Bobby, knowing him the way I do, he's in the top 20 there. He's hanging around. Don't count that cat out just yet. They worked on that car on a couple of stops, and I believe they made it a lot better for him, and we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
All those cars battling for position. Joe Nemechek in 33, 17 Matt Kenseth. 11, Brett Bodine. And here is Steve Park.
The 12's kind of backing up. He got past just a little bit ago and by Benson, and 12's kind of backing up a little bit.
Boy, Darrell, what I like about that one car, they got that front end on the ground. That old Valence, look at it. She's sealed against that racetrack.
Yeah.
That's helping downforce and drag.
Car down that low, that ought to be leading the race, don't you think?
Doing a good job.
She's looking good. He's in 8th place.
A lot of tape on the bottom taped up solid.
He's another guy I wouldn't count out. I think about slick racetracks like Rockingham and Vegas, and these guys all came to the front at the end of the day.
This is 7th, 8th, and 9th place. Park, Stewart, Mayfield.
And right behind these guys, a guy that's making his first appearance in the top 10 here today, started 20th, the 25 car of Jerry Nadeau. Talk about favorite cars. They ran this car 4 times, only finished out of the top 4 one time, 4th at Indy. He won his race in Atlanta, the final race last year, and finished 3rd in Atlanta just recently. So this has been a good race car for these guys.
And that thing is sealed off pretty good, too. Notice that little ducktail on his fender right over there? That's how you plant that left front corner. You get that pulled out there nice.
You're not supposed to...
No grip.
No, he might not appreciate me doing that.
Real loose, back on the gas, coming off.
Okay, we'll work on it.
That's his crew chief, Tony Furr.
Jimmy Spencer's lead is diminishing. Rusty Wallace is reeling him in. Let's go to the leaders pit and Dick.
Donnie Wingo has 4 career Winston Cup wins, looking to make it 5 today with his driver, Jimmy Spencer. How is the car at this point, Donnie?
The car's pretty good right now. We're just a little bit tight. He got a little bit free early. We tightened it up a little bit. Now he's just complaining about a little bit too tight getting in, so we're going to make one more adjustment in this next stop.
All right, they're doing a great job today. The Steve Burns.
Dick with Michael McSwain, crew chief on the 28. Michael, is this race unfolding it the way you and Ricky Rudd want it?
Well, we've got a pretty good race car out here right now. We're not quite as good as we need to be. We're a little bit loose in the corner. Need just a little bit of grip. Seem to get better and better every run. About one more adjustment, I think we'll be there.
All right, Michael, let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Robbie Loomis is the crew chief for Jeff Gordon. His car currently running in 3rd. Robbie, how is that 24 car?
DuPont Chevrolet's been great all day long. Just been having to move his line around a little bit out there, but right now we'd have to see if we get to the end.
Right now he's working on the 2 car of Rusty Wallace, trying to pick up that 2nd spot.
Well, like I said, when everybody's got fresh tires on, they can run the bottom. But Gordon has stayed around the top, and that will pay off at the end of these long runs because the other guys won't be able to stay on the bottom, and he's got his car set up to go high. Look, he goes around on the outside. He's going to come off the corner with a lot more straightaway speed than Rusty Wallace will. Rusty is going to either give him the line or slide up in front of him. He gives him the line.
Outside by quarter.
If you remember, a lot of cars passed Gordon on the restart. A lot of them passed him on the bottom of the racetrack, down low. But he's committed to the high side. Matt, what do you see?
Well, one comment down here in the 24 pit, Darrell, is if you recall back to Atlanta, Jeff Gordon drove that high line, but they didn't get as good as gas mileage as a lot of other teams, and they actually ran out of gas. So that is one concern here because this is a fuel mileage racetrack. They last pitted on lap 108. No telling when they're going to stop again.
Well, just think about it, folks. If you run around the inside of this racetrack, it's a 2-mile racetrack. This thing is wide, 75 feet wide. You run up around the top, it's maybe a 2¼ mile racetrack. So you're picking up a bigger distance every time you go around the racetrack.
Jeff Gordon hunting the lead.
Longer distance.
But he's going faster, too.
Last lap by Gordon, a 1/10 of a second faster than that of race leader Jimmy Spencer. 288 miles complete here in California.
Get inside the live racing action with RaceCast. Any driver, every lap. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
Fox 40 News at 10 now has more. More news, more information, more stories that shape your life, more of the newscast you've asked for, all at a quicker pace, all at a time you need. Don't wait until 11 and get less. Turn to Fox 40 News at 10 and get more.
I'm
I'm Bernie Whitaker from Adecco, here to assist you in your job search and your company staffing needs.
Whether you're looking for work or looking to fill a position, Adecco Staffing Services can help. Adecco is the #1 employment agency in the world. Adecco isn't a temp service, we're a staffing service, helping people get real jobs. As an employer, you can count on Adecco Staffing Services to provide you with trained workers to fill your professional positions. Call Adecco today at 770-9181 or visit us in the Vestal Plaza.
Touch-up paint.
Oops.
Bendix brakes. TRW tie rods. Rabbit's foot. Advance Auto Parts carries more parts than any other store, including one you won't find anywhere else.
First driving lesson?
Advance Auto Parts. The best part is our people.
Pocono. This is the track known for its awesome restarts, incredible high speeds, long straightaways with 3 demanding turns, and a fan favorite pit paddock pass that puts you near all the action. The stars of NASCAR invade Pocono Raceway twice this year. June 17th, it's the Pocono 500 with a post-race concert by Billy Ray Cyrus. And July 29th, it's the Pennsylvania 500 with a post-race concert by Travis Tritt. So call now, 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY. Operators standing by.
Join Fox 40 News as we follow 3 women along with their joys and disappointments on the road to becoming mothers. Monday on Fox 40 News at 10.
You're watching Fox 40 WICZ-TV Binghamton.
This year, the entire season unfolds on one network. Fox.
Caution is out at lap 146. Oil on the racetrack has brought out the flag, and that has allowed Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kevin Harvick, who were on the tail end of the lead lap, to get the free pass and come around and be contenders again.
Yeah, big break for both those guys, and obviously they had fast cars. They were staying ahead of Spencer and sitting in a position to get that lap back.
So pit stops at lap 147, Dick.
Well, Jimmy Spencer on his way down pit road, 4,100 RPM in second gear, and Spencer has called the adjustments to be made in this car. 1/2 round of wedge is the only change he's going to make. All day long it's been 4 tire stops. He has parked far enough out. Crew has no question. Jimmy Spencer's going to want 4 tires on this one. Pagini Zelasco.
Well, Rusty Wallace real pleased with his car coming in. He said no adjustments, please. It started real loose, and they've made minor adjustments on the 3 pit stops. He is real pleased. He's going to get 4 tires here in fuel, and then get out there and get back to work. Matt?
Tire carrier Steve Letarte helps index a tire on the left rear. He made a chassis adjustment trying to free this number 24 car up. 14.8 seconds to Steve Burns. 4 tires for Ricky Rudd and a chassis adjustment. He said he was loose coming off. Jeremy Mayfield, 4 tires also.
They have those first 2 pit stalls, so they're quick out and back into the action.
Okay, guys, our strategy has started. Here's the 18 car back on pit road. Now, what they're doing right here, they're moving the rear end. This guy's holding a measuring tape. The trailing arm on the right side has an eccentric on it. He's got a guy underneath there. He's underneath there, and he's moving that rear end with that eccentric.
This is the second time they've done this.
You can move the rear end ahead, tighten the car up. You can push it back and loosen it up. Going on the 31 car, on the Lowe's car.
Didn't seem to be any big hurry.
And one place you can gain some spots is in the race off pit road. Watch this log jam down at the bottom end of your screen.
That's our line right there. That's the cutoff line. Here's Jeremy Mayfield right there.
Ricky Rudd comes out.
As you can see back there just low, he's starting to tighten up. These cars start out of the pit box. Jeremy.
Now see, that's the good thing about having that pit right there of Jeremy Mayfield. All he had to do is go from here to here, and he beats these guys out.
So we'll set the order for you when we come back, but Jeff Gordon is leading. Rusty Wallace, Johnny Benson, Ricky Rudd, and Steve Park after this round of pit stops under caution.
If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, if you're happy and you know it, if you're happy and you know it, you really want to show it. If you're happy and you
now, you'll get a $50 fast credit when you buy 4 selected tires on your Goodyear card account. That's $50 coming your way. For complete details from the retailer nearest you, call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-actin' Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-actin' Tinactin.
The new crop of vehicles from Dodge includes one really bad apple. Dodge, coming soon to a racetrack near you.
The NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by UPS, the official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck people love the truck.
It's a great race. Lots of excitement. Beating and banging. Where they snake their way down that back straightaway. Everybody's just looking for a little air to sniff.
All my dreams, the low rider. The low rider.
If it has wheels, you see a little bit of everything in Southern California.
That old big old Pontiac Grand Prix with half the grill knocked out of it. I like that.
Low riders and slammed imports and stretched Hummers. And you can't believe some of the stuff they drive around here.
And you know, it'll eventually get back east. May take about 10 years.
Yeah. All right, guys, we knew somehow, some way it was going to work into a fuel mileage deal. We're going to get to green with 100 to go. We got 33 cars on the lead lap. Jeff, a lot of the cars at the back of the field came in and topped off where they maybe can make it on 50-lap runs, 2 of them.
As we saw yesterday, Larry, you got to do it, because if you don't, somebody's going to beat you on fuel. Now, these guys up the front, they're going to have to start thinking, can we go 50 laps? Can we go 50 laps? And please, guys, don't run me out of gas. Not this close to the end.
Joe Nemechek led a few laps under that caution and peeled off on the last lap of yellow to get fuel and tires. So did Elliott Sadler. Jeff Gordon brings them back to green. He's got Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, Steve Park, and Tony Stewart in tow.
That's the thing about a 500-mile race. Everybody can have a different strategy. The guys in the front, they got one strategy. You're in the middle and the back, you got another strategy.
Jimmy Spencer was leading at the caution. He is now 6th. After pit stops, Robert Presley 7th, Johnny Benson, Jerry Nadeau, and Jeremy Mayfield. Looking for the lead.
Rusty Wallace.
Couldn't quite make that pass, but again, you're going to see Gordo hung up on the outside. You're going to get some cars under him. He's going to get past. But at the end of the run, he'll be right back on him.
Kurt Busch in that 97 car still after 50 laps trying to get that lap back.
He can stay up there for a little while, but he's being very, very courteous and letting the leaders go.
Just remember, he was a lap down when the green flag had started the race because he came on the pit road, had a left side tire problem, but they put fuel in the car. You cannot fuel a race car before the green flag of a race.
And I'm sure that was just a mistake that the gas man probably wasn't even aware of. He instinctively shot some gas in it.
300 miles of 500 complete. Dick Berggren.
Jimmy Spencer's crew is having trouble hearing him on the radio, and that's a pretty serious problem with a guy who is calling all the shots. Spencer's deciding all of the strategy, 2 tires, 4, what to do. The problem is this place. ice. This is an old steel mill. There's a lot of steel buried in the ground. And Spencer's not the only guy that's having trouble with radios. We've had some problems with them ourselves this weekend.
Down in the corner. Michael.
Trouble on the racetrack.
Kenny Schrader. Michael's around into the wall. Looked like something happened to his car.
Ricky Craven, the 32 car as well.
Caution's out.
These guys are all reacting to what they saw in
If you will, they're asking.
97 maybe can get his lap back.
Clear.
He's trying. Yep, Kurt Busch is going to make it. Wallace is going to give him room, and Kurt Busch, who started this race,
Like it's coming outside.
is back in contention.
Thank you very much.
Took him 150 laps, but he finally got his lap
Let's give him a
back.
big hand because he has been up there trying.
Jeff?
That's what you get for having perseverance right there. A great job of that young man right there.
But what he has a good car, and
Got
he's
a
able
great
to
car.
hang around the front. Sooner or later, it'll work out.
And I think last weekend he earned a lot of respect from the drivers from Talladega, had a great run at Talladega, but he showed, you work with me, I'll work with you. He's come a long way in a short time.
Let's show you what happened to bring this caution out in turn 2.
Watch Michael's car, I think it is. Right up here in the front of the top of the screen. Gets a little loose, he corrects, and boom, bam. Hits that outside retaining wall. And then the 32 goes around reacting to what he saw.
It was almost like he overcorrected.
He just, yeah, he didn't know where Michael was going to go. He didn't know if he's going to come off the wall or stay there.
Have a great view.
Caution is out. We'll be back to the California Speedway in a moment. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Hi, I'm Michael Waltrip. What are the 5 keys to building a great Winston Cup team? Number 1, find a great sponsor. Number 2, get together a top-notch crew. Number 3, build a really fast car. Number 4, sign up a really fast driver. Number 5, don't let the sponsor make suggestions.
Is Mountain Dew in serious jeopardy? This generally harmless male will defend his domain with basic animal instinct. A fierce battle rages. Yet in the end, to the victor go the spoils.
Hey man, how you feeling?
Not bad.
Until next time, do the do.
Hey, let's show more road. We're gonna get some Asiago cheese.
Scusi?
All right then, next stop, Scusi. Chop chop, fasto.
Subway introduces 2 new fresh-baked gourmet breads. Delicious Asiago cheese with real Asiago cheese baked on top. And tasty country wheat with rolled oats, poppy seeds, and more. 2 new gourmet breads at Subway.
Stroke, 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 stroke.
Subway. Eat fresh.
The only place for Winston Cup racing is FX, the Pontiac Excitement 400. To get FX, call 1-800-FXFXFX1.
Welcome back. The NAPA Auto Parts 500. Rusty Wallace leading Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd running third. Tonight on Fox, it's a 90-minute Simpsons marathon at a special time. Then a mini-bike joyride turns ugly, and it has nothing to do with Dick Berggren. That's an all-new Malcolm. And imagine being trapped at sea with no escape, an all-new X-Files. It all starts at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. That is tonight on Fox, and you're enjoying Fox Racing from Fontana, California. We're at the Hollywood Hotel, our mobile studio trackside. Enjoying a good one. Now, you said before, hey, these last 100 miles are going to be exciting no matter what you see beforehand. Here's where not only the fuel mileage, which we've touched on, Jeff, but guys are going to really run, so we might see some engines go.
Well, that's what I'm concerned about right now. Your situation is already set. That fuel strategy, I think, is out the window. These guys have got to go hard. One more pit stop is all it's going to take. So you got to run hard. You can't let the leader get away from you. Now's the time to show what you've got.
But that extra 100 miles at a racetrack like this, turning 9,000 RPM, it can get you in a lot of trouble.
You know, curious Dodge, they started out the year so well. They were on the front row last week. There are none in the top 10 currently. Is there a reason Dodge has not run well here?
I'm really surprised. Ward Burton ended up practice, the morning practice as well as the evening practice, being at the top of the heap. And, you know, listening to the conversation in the garage here, everybody said, hey, Ward Burton's going to be good here today. And he's not. And it must be because of the weather.
By the way, those rumors about Robert Yates going to Dodge, I talked to him this morning. He said, no way, I'm a Ford guy. I'm running Ford the rest of the way. And his guys, Ricky Rudd, Dale Jarrett, are doing fine. Rusty Wallace, your leader here in Fontana.
Introducing new extra crispy chicken from KFC. No matter what you hear, it's not just the crunch. It's the flavor in the crunch that makes you munch. We've added extra flavor down to the bone to make it extra tasty. For a short time, get 2 pieces, 2 sides, and biscuit for just $2.99, or 12 pieces for $9.99. New extra crispy chicken from KFC. It's not just the crunch. It's the flavor in the crunch that makes you munch.
Platinum Plus 4. Four electrodes. Pure platinum. Take your engine to a higher power. Bosch Platinum Plus 4.
Come on, boy. Let's make this quick. It's got to be the dog chow.
Purina Dog Chow delivers 100% nutrition, including important antioxidants to help support a strong immune system. Dog Chow, the nutrition he needs to keep on amazing you year after year. Incredible dog food, incredible dogs. Purina Dog Chow brand.
Imagine being trapped on an oil rig with no chance of escape. The X-Files, David Duchovny stars, all new tonight.
A bajillion miles of cable all end up right here. But listen, those tractor trailers that bring you the sights and the sounds and the pictures, and our thanks to technical manager Dave Hill and all of the great tech staff that are giving you the great pictures and sounds we've been able to show you with NASCAR on Fox all season long.
But you can throw all that stuff out there, Larry, and we could use that for a tow truck.
Oh, absolutely. But one thing I'm curious about, I want to talk to Michael McSwain, crew chief for Ricky Rudd. Michael McSwain, this is Larry McReynolds, Fox Sports.
How you doing, Larry Mac?
I got a question for you. Earlier in the race, you was one of the first cars to come to pit road. You were on pit road with 103 laps to go. Can you make it on one stop?
That's a 10-4, Larry Mac.
I'd say these, the cautions has got to be helping, right?
Yeah. This definitely plays into our cards. Probably most everybody else out here. There's a few cars can't make it. I'd say most everybody can.
Do you think you've got the car now where Ricky's pretty happy with it?
We've got better every stop, and I think he really likes this last change. We'll see how it goes, and maybe we can make a little bit more change on the next stop.
All right, you can go the distance. Good luck, buddy.
All right, thank you, Mac.
Rusty Wallace, our leader, for only the second race at California that he's been up front. He'll lead Jeff Gordon to the green flag. Dick Berggren.
Donnie Wingo is Jimmy Spencer's crew chief, and today Jimmy has not gotten the best of mileage. So the question is, can you make it on only one more stop, Donnie?
I wish we could. You know, that last little adjustment we made, we got the car better, but we can't make it on one more stop. We're going to have to stop twice.
Yeah, but they got a good motor underneath there at least. To Matt.
The caution was a welcome sight for Jeff Gordon and his crew. Crew chief Robbie Loomis, you were going to be about 3 laps shy. Now with the caution, can you go the distance?
Brian's been working away on the computer over here. You know, the caution sure helped us. We just we need a lot of prayers and just a little fuel right now.
He said on the radio, how far? Oh, about 3 laps. He goes, that's nothing. He goes, Jeff, that's 6 miles to Genie's, Alaska.
Well, thanks, Matt. After some minor adjustments to Rusty Wallace's car, they've been running great. Pit stops have been great. Robin Pemberton, the strategy, can you make it on one stop?
It's going to be close, but we're going to try to get to at least 200, and I think we can make it from there.
All right, we got to go because we're ready to go green.
Wallace, Gordon, Rudd, Park, and Spencer are the front 5. Then it's Stewart, Benson, Presley, Mayfield, and Navy. 33 cars are on the lead lap as we go back to green.
And we just talked to 3 of the best crew chiefs in the business down there on pit road right now. Fatback, Robin, those guys. Donnie Wingo is one of the most underrated crew chiefs, I believe, in the garage area.
Absolutely, absolutely. Been around a long time. Got his start with Jimmy Means.
Here we go. Everybody's looking for a place to ride.
Now, early contender and outside pole sitter Todd Bodine gave up 15th place to Pitt just before we went back to green on that last lap of caution.
Well, his teammate Jimmy Spencer, Donnie Wingo, said they could not make it, so they decided to top off.
Now, I believe I erroneously identified Schrader as being in that crash with Michael Waltrip. He was not.
I think it was just the 15 and the 32.
Right.
And the 32 could have got turned. I mean, I know he saw the wreck and he tried to figure out what to do, and he probably lifted. He may have got hit in the rear. I don't know, but anyway, just spun, no harm, no foul.
Ricky Craven stayed on the lead lap.
And you know, it's been a while, guys, since we've seen Rusty Wallace at the front of the field like this. Last year we saw it a lot. This being his old boss and his boss's old racetrack, I'm sure that he'd like to win the one here today for the captain. Look at him coming down through here. He's holding a pretty wheel out front. Got all kind of clean air on the nose of that baby. She's turning good and running good.
Only the second race at California Speedway that he has led. NASCAR's been coming to California since 1951. This is the 97th Winston Cup, previously Grand National race, that's been run in the state of California.
Mike, you're saying he's not led many laps here. In 4 races, he only has 1 top 10 finish here, and that was 8th a year ago.
What we'll start watching for now is a little attrition. The last 100 miles has been referred to a number of times is when these engines, particularly when they get bunched up like this is when they turn the most RPM, because you've got a lot of cars to draft off of. And you can really, really run that tack up over 9,000. These babies have been out there for a while, so watch for some engine failures.
Larry, are you starting to plan already for that last pit stop? Will it be 2 tires, 4 tires, or will it be tires?
I got to go with 4 tires because you're going to have almost 50 laps to go when they're in there for the pit. And one reason, especially like Robbie Loomis, they wanted to see as many caution laps as possible is because that conserves fuel. 2 caution laps is like 1 green lap. The more they could run there, the more they could conserve fuel.
The speeds entering the corners, and you saw Jeff Gordon hit 202 miles per hour rolling off into turn 1.
And they've got fresh tires. A lot of them will go to that 200-mile-an-hour mark. Again, as they slow down a little bit, it'll creep down a little bit. But most of these guys right now, they're running about 3/4 of a second to a second quicker than they were when they was on the older tires.
Well, you see, again, Rusty's committed to the bottom. Jeff's down there right now because he realized on fresh tires he can run the bottom. But you wait till they get 15, 20 laps into this run, Jeff will go back to the high side, and he'll go by Rusty. And there's guys now that are trying to get themselves, that are middle of the pack, that have had problems. They're trying to get themselves in a position to win this race.
And here's one of them, 88 Dale Jarrett, had that catch can problem on an early pit stop, cost him a penalty stop, and now he's fought his way back to 11.
And the same thing he did at Darlington. They had trouble in the pits. He kind of lingered around the back for a while. We didn't talk much about him. First thing you know, he was middle of the pack, and at the end of the day, he won the race.
There's his deficit to race leader Rusty Wallace and that of Mark Martin. They're working on Jeff Burton, who's been a lap down for much of the day.
And there's where Burton took away Jarrett's line. He couldn't let the car go out to the wall, and it opened the door for Mark Martin to come down underneath of him.
Still 3 wide.
Well, how about Sterling Marlin in the 40 car? They've been adjusting on that car all day, and he's moved up into the 13th position. At one point, he was almost fixing to go a lap down.
Now here they go down the back, and you'll see that the speeds are somewhat slower because, again, the back straightaway is just not as long as this front straightaway is.
Marlin keeping pace right with them.
Jeff Gordon's got this joint figured out, though, hasn't he? I mean, he has been the man out here every time we've been here. Circumstances probably kept him from winning all of them.
Well, he has been the man every other time we've been here, and we're in an odd-numbered year. In 97, 99, he won, so 01, I guess it's his turn again. But racing's never that simple. Thank goodness.
I wish you could count on it like that.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's 14th now. Remember, just it wasn't that many laps ago that he was a lap down, got his lap back when the caution came out, and he's back up to 14th position. And again, this is a backup car. These guys had all kinds of trouble yesterday morning in practice.
He and Kevin Harvick got back on the lead lap. Harvick is running 21st.
And they're discussing things they can do. He says he's tight. And they're discussing what they want to do about that if it stays that way. Sometime a driver will call in early in the run and say his car's one way, then halfway or near the end of a run, he'll say it's totally different.
We like to point out worthy causes. Sterling Marlin carrying the John Wayne Cancer Institute on the hood of their car.
Look at Steve Park, 4th position. He actually has the fastest race car on the racetrack right now. He's all over the back of Ricky Rudd for that 3rd position. These guys struggled in practice big time yesterday. Came in here this morning, made lots of changes. Matt Yoakum, looks like it's working out.
In fact, Larry Mack, I talked to Paul Andrews, Steve Park's crew chief. I said, how many changes have you guys made today? Because at one point, they were actually outside of the top 25. He said, if we have it, we have changed it. Track bar, up, down, wedge, air pressure, you name it, we've done it. Right now, the one car is still a little bit tight, but Steve Park is very comfortable with that car at this juncture.
And what will happen at the end of the day, it'll be right back where it started.
I've seen that a lot.
Back to 11th place. Martin, Jarrett, and here comes Marlin and the Duke.
If you're talking about Dale Jarrett now, you just remember he rode around back in 33rd place for a long, long time after that catch can incident, and he's pulled himself back into the top 15.
This 40 car of Sterling Marlin, that's the car they ran so many races in the beginning of the season, and it's the one that got shortened up about 3 feet at Texas near the end of the race. New rear clip on that car from the rear window back, and they've had to fight it here this weekend.
Hut Strickland battling Andy Houston. Strickland having a good day. 16th for Junie Donlevy. That's one of the 90 cars' best runs of the year.
Well, Felipe Lopez has come over, and I tell you, Felipe's a mighty sharp crew chief. I enjoyed working with him, and I think he's helped this team a lot.
Jeff Burton in that 99 car, boy, one lap down here puts you way back. He's in 36th position. Frankie Stoddard, these guys, his crew chief, they came out here and tested, felt good about their test, felt like they learned a lot about this tire in general, and been struggling all day.
Jeff Gordon to 2nd place.
It's just hard to test a racetrack and get the track in the condition it's going to be in when you come here and race. They've had a Winston West race here. They've had a 300-mile Busch race here. The track changes so much.
And in both of the races this weekend, yesterday, Brendan Gaughan and Winston West and Hank Parker Jr. in the Busch race, they both came from a lap down to win.
Boy, did you see the speeds going off into turn 1? Ricky Rudd, Jeff Gordon, both over 200 miles an hour off into turn 1. And only to about the mid-150s in the middle of the corner, off the gas.
There's Park down under Ricky Rudd for the 3rd place, and I believe he's got it.
And right there is where his car is so fast, in the middle of the corner, back to the throttle.
You can get it down in there and get back in the throttle quicker than the other guy and make the car turn up off the corner. That's a driver's dream.
Jimmy Spencer trying to work his way back to the front. Tony Stewart tagging on. That's 5th and 6th place.
Just a quick update. Kurt Busch worked 150 laps to make his lap up, had to make an unscheduled stop here with about 80 laps to go. Obviously, he'll have to make one more stop.
Yeah, took left side tires, and he'll go a lap down again. Rusty Wallace stretching it out 1 second over Jeff Gordon, Steve Park, and Ricky Rudd. Can they run him down? Spencer and Stewart behind them. Robert Presley, Jeremy Mayfield, Johnny Benson, Ward Burton, Mark Martin, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. has moved past Jarrett.
These guys are 8 seconds behind the leader, but he's definitely carrying a pretty good pace. There's Kurt Busch in that 97 car that just pitted.
We heard Todd Parrott say, do you want to put that rubber in the right front, Larry? And he said, I don't think they ever did it. And I believe Jarrett's car must get loose on the longer he runs, because he starts fading. Now you can move that thing up a little higher like he's doing, and that'll help that situation a little bit.
We're hearing that Kurt Busch had a flat tire is the reason he had to pit under green here.
Now Gordon, Park, and Rudd are not eating into Wallace's lead. It's up to 1.4 seconds as these 3 cars battle.
Keep seeing Jeff Gordon in that 24 car run that high line. Remember, Robbie Loomis, his crew chief, said they're going to be close on fuel. Darrell, you mentioned it. He's running that long distance and he's using more fuel.
He's going a quarter mile further than everybody else. Probably not that much, but maybe an 1/8 mile further than everybody else.
Mike, down here in the 1 car, Peter Steve Parks, they have worked their fuel mileage calculations. They feel like now they are good for one more stop, then the finish. They were a little concerned before the day started. They couldn't get a good fuel mileage calculation during the final practice session because they had to make so many changes. And speaking of worthy causes, this team, being that it's Steve Parks' 100 start and the final race weekend in April, are wearing the autism awareness ribbons on this car. There are 2 decals. This is a disease that hits home with this team. 3 members have family members that have been stricken with this disease, so they thought it was a great way to celebrate the 100 start by trying to gain more awareness for autism research.
Steve Park going after Ricky Rudd, and good news that Michael Waltrip, taken to the infield care center for observation, has been released. Michael's okay. 175 laps. 350 of 500 miles complete here in Fontana, California, in the 10th Winston Cup race of the season. Rusty Wallace leading it by 1.6 seconds. This is NASCAR on Fox.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The wide track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
This business is a lot like a marriage. With a little work and a lot of love, we've made this place a success together. And that's what partnerships are about, right? I need to be there for each other, no matter what. Of course I supported him when he asked his doctor about Viagra. I'm proud of him because he did it for us.
Ask your doctor about a free sample and call us toll-free to find out how Viagra can work best for you.
My heroes don't catch touchdowns. They don't slam dunk. They don't hit home runs. They don't score goals. They don't give smackdowns. My heroes burn rubber. They fight steel. They bleed octane. They risk their life in every turn, on every track, in every race. My heroes race cars. Fast cars.
I'll tell you what, on race day, you better get it right.
You want a hands-on boss.
Yeah.
He Terry Labonte. Terry Labonte.
Check the transmission and the drive shaft.
He's involved in every detail. Right. Absolutely.
Hey, if that makes me a perfectionist, 1 more pound. So what? There's a fingerprint on the windshield.
Got it.
Hey, I'm here to win. Blue. The nose needs to be bluer.
Blue's good. Yeah, Blue's great. Very good.
The NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by the Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Wider's better. By Miller Lite. Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time. And by Labor Ready. Dependable temporary labor guaranteed.
At Fox is glad to have you along for the ride here in Fontana. Rusty Wallace, who has not won yet this year, leading Jeff Gordon. Let's look through 178 laps. We've had 13 leaders, 19 lead changes, and the average speed is about 15 miles faster than was the track record here so far. We still have some race to go, Jeff Hammond, and one of the surprises in the top 10, the car running 8th currently.
Correct. You can't get over the fact that Robert Presley crashed his car, his primary car, earlier this week, pulled out a backup, started 42nd, is now up to 8th place, and has really made himself, put himself in position to take advantage of a bad weekend and turn everything around.
All right, let's go back up to the voice of NASCAR on Fox, Mike Joy.
Well, stunt doubles do a lot of work out here in Hollywood, and Robert Presley's a stunt double car, and that of Dale Earnhardt Jr., both working real well. Earnhardt Jr. has really climbed up since that last restart. Now in 11th place.
That's a good run for Junior, and he continues to move forward. He's got a good race car. We saw that on that restart when he got out front of the leaders to get that lap back, and the car's still working really good for him. Along with his teammate, Steve Park, his car's working really well, too.
Guys, we talk about chasing the racetrack. We've been watching this weather since we started this race. Air temperatures getting hotter, 88 degrees now versus 82 degrees. But here's the one these guys will start fighting as far as the handling on this racetrack. Up 22 degrees from when this race started some 2.5 hours ago. Cars will really start sliding around more and more.
The good news is they've had a few cautions. That allows you to adjust the car to the conditions. And that's really all you're trying to do if you have a good race car, is keep up with just what we're showing you. Track temperature, track changes, things that you can do something about. Some things you can't fix, but some things you've got to be on top of as a crew chief. How about it, Dick?
Well, you talk about chasing the racetrack. Yesterday morning we had a practice session. It was overcast, it was dreary, it was chilly in the afternoon. They had a second practice session. It was a lot like this. Rusty Wallace guys found that their car ran about the same in both of those sessions. The hot setup in the morning was the hot setup in the afternoon. Remarkably, the weather didn't seem to bother them at all here, but it sure has some of the other teams.
And you see him padding his lead to 2.1 seconds.
It just always seemed like if I had a good race car, it was hard to mess it up. Now, if I had a marginal race car, it'd liable to go either way. You never knew.
It'll run slower in the hotter temperatures, but the balance of the car would be the same.
The balance, that's the whole thing, the attitude of the car.
There's the second place battle.
Ricky Rudd running 2 miles, Jeff Gordon running 2.25 miles each lap.
Ricky Craven has made an unscheduled pit stop and will make another. Another car that's fallen off the lead lap is Dave Blaney, has gone a lap down, leaving us 31 cars on the lead lap.
There's the lead cars going down the back straightaway. That's about a mile an hour slower than they were when they had fresh tires on. Maybe a tick more, but about a mile an hour slower when they had the fresher tires.
But Rusty Wallace was one of the few cars, the only car I saw to hit that 190 going down into the backstretch.
He hadn't slowed that much.
About 10 miles an hour difference on entrance speed.
He's still 198. Oh, whoa. 201. My goodness.
Jeff Gordon 200 miles an hour as well.
So they're getting down in I believe the intensity is picking up. As we close into the finishing laps of this race, everybody gets a little extra out of their car.
132 miles to go.
As well as out of their tank, I might add.
Yes. A little bit of paper on the grill of Tony Stewart on the one opening there.
That's 65 laps to go. Remember, most of these guys, they need to get to lap 200, I think, to know they can make it to the end of this race, about 15 laps from now.
4 cautions so far. The last one, a lap 153. 250 laps make up the distance. And Ricky Craven has pulled his Cal Wells number 32 into the garage area, joining Michael Waltrip as the only 2 cars out of this race. Rusty Wallace has a 2.6-second lead in Southern California.
If your house could talk, what would it say? I'm the house I am because of the tools he uses. Look at him.
He even looks like a pro. The tools you buy at Lowe's are the ones the professionals use. Names like DeWalt, Milwaukee, and Porter Cable. Because Lowe's understands the value of the right tool for the right job.
No wonder I'm the best-looking house on the block.
Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Hi, this is my house. I call it the Calhoun House of Cheddar. This is my wall of cheese. I love cheese, as you can see. Oh, boy, Cheddar England, ground zero for us cheddar lovers.
If you love cheddar, nothing's more delicious than Wendy's Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger.
This is my first cheesehead hat that I got from my dad when I...
Bacon, sauteed onions, and tons of cheddar.
To the man who put the 2 E's in cheese, Dave Thomas.
Come try Wendy's Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger.
The big cheese.
And now Wendy's pickup windows open late so you can eat great, even late.
See you later.
How you doing? How you doing? Yeah.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Jerry there?
Yeah. How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing? So what's going on?
You don't want to know.
Get ready. Here comes Cool Blue Mach 3. 3 blades for the closest shave in fewer strokes with less irritation. Now with a cool new look. New Cool Blue Mach 3 from Gillette.
You like it fast? Get to Goodyear, where right now you'll get a $50 fast credit when you buy 4 selected tires on your Goodyear card account. That's $50 coming your way. For complete details from the retailer nearest you, call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
NASCAR Victory Lane. A full recap of all the day's action. Tonight at 9 on Fox Sports Net.
Of the drive to the airport after Talladega.
A racer's version of that is I fought the wall and the wall.
That's it. Rusty Wallace, 2.4 seconds up on Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd, and they brought Jimmy Spencer, Tony Stewart, Steve Park all up into that one battle, but now a little gap has developed from third on back. Once again.
You know, Darrell, if I'm Robin Pemberton, Rusty Wallace's crew chief, you heard him in his interview say, a little close on the fuel. 2.5-second lead. This would be a good little time maybe to conserve just a little fuel if you think you're a little close.
Yeah, I've never known Rusty to really be that kind of guy. He'd rather run out of gas leading than he had to be conservative.
Ricky Craven is the second car out of the race in the garage area. Dick Bergman.
One of these days, Ricky Craven's going to get a break in this deal, and he's going to win a race today. He's got a bunch of crewmen underneath the back of the car. The welder's going. What's happening?
Well, you're right. We're going to win a race, and I can't do it without these guys. They're awesome. But we broke a shock mount, and, you know, it's just a strange set of events. But I'm still proud of the guys. You know, we ran top 20, and we were going forward, and I'm real thankful that Tide gave me this opportunity, and I'm having the time of my life.
Keep the faith, brother.
Ricky Craven, tough day today. But 1 week ago, to Talladega, where they run 190 all the way around the racetrack. Here, 200 down the front straightaway into turn 1, and next week, completely different. The 3/4 mile at Richmond.
Oh, yeah. That's a driver's racetrack, Richmond is. You got to get up on the wheel. It's hot, it's noisy, and it's crowded. Little racetrack. I love it, man. Beating and banging, parts flying, fenders bent. Crew's mad, driver's mad. I saw a guy throw a Perrier bottle at a driver last year.
It's not one of those racetracks you need to leave your feelings.
I even saw one driver accost another driver. That's how this sport has changed.
I got accused of accosting someone one time. Said I couldn't. I don't know what it is.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
11th place race. Johnny Benson and Sterling Marlin. 11 seconds behind the leader.
Johnny Benson to the high side, Sterling Marlin all the way about 4 car lengths lower around the bottom.
And, buddy, if Johnny Benson wasn't there, Sterling could make the pass, but he's got to give Benson the room, and it loses his momentum as he comes up off the corner.
And the Duke was looking on.
Podna.
High side, low side, the kind of battles that you typically only see at, what, Michigan, Dover, here? Only a few racetracks where you can see this kind of racing.
Richmond next week, it's a great two-groove racetrack. One down low, one up high. Some of the best racing you'll see.
Speeds at the start-finish line. Speeds on that last lap. Jeff Gordon quickest.
Robert Presley third quickest. Great day for these guys. Now keep going back to that pit strategy. 2 tires got them in the top 10, and they've stayed there the whole time. Look at Kevin Harvick. Had problems on pit road, went a lap down, made his lap up. Now he's moved up into 13th position in the quickest race car right now.
Harvick's problem was the car stalled and the starter would not engage. They had to push him, bump start him to get him going again, and it was very costly at the time, but he made that lap back up.
I believe that's, is that Spencer coming on pit
Jimmy
road?
Spencer and Steve Park to pit road here with 55 laps to go.
Too soon?
Too soon to make it on one at this stop.
Well, you heard Donnie Wingo said they can't make it on one.
Wow, Dick Berggren.
Spencer had said that he couldn't make it all the way, and indeed he cannot. He's going to make this pit stop, and he's still got 55 laps to go. He absolutely will have to make one more stop after this. Spencer's going to take 4 tires in the car. The chassis has been fine. Motor has been fine. Fuel mileage is the problem. He's got one of these high horsepower engines under the hood, and to have horsepower, it eats gas. Gone to Matt.
A wedge and track bar adjustment for the 1 car of Steve Park. Right side's already on. Left sides are on, and he's down and away. 16.9 seconds.
Jeff Burton pits, and Ricky Craven is back in the race at the bottom of your screen, making a stop for tires on pit road.
You got to pay a price for making power. And I'm talking, you know, you get up in the 750 to 780 horsepower range. Sometimes you're better off with a little more conservative engine. Tune the carburetor, not have that extra horsepower, but get that better fuel mileage, particularly here.
But we assume that these cars have to run 4 more laps right now before they make their pit stop if they're going to go the distance without stopping again.
Most of them were on pit road at lap 147. That was 103 to go. Some of those laps were caution laps, though. We got to remember that. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he just keeps creeping to the front. He's 10 seconds behind the leader, but he's all the way up to the 8th position.
And Larry, those few caution laps, those figure heavily into that fuel calculation.
Well, they'll figure heavy into it for this run,
right.
But the thing, should it stay green, the question would be the last run.
Rookie Andy Houston coming in for his stop, and he has been a little early, one of the first cars to stop on each of the green flag sequences.
A lot like Jimmy Spencer,
right.
Has a Robert Yates Racing engine in it. Everybody pretty much going with 4 tires here with a little over 50 laps to go.
Yeah, you got a long way to go yet. You can't give up that right now. But the cars are so strung out. I mean, the chances of a caution right now is slim and none unless somebody has a
This last pit stop for a lot of teams, critical. Can't be caught speeding down pit road, leaving pit road.
And we believe Rusty Wallace will be in this time. He has a 2-second lead right now.
Now, you want to see somebody bring it on pit road. Look at him. He's high up in the racetrack.
Pit road speed.
There he comes. Swings that thing down onto pit road.
Pit road.
3rd gear, 2nd gear.
Pit road speed. Way on down.
Ricky Rudd's coming with him, so is Tony Stewart and Ward Burton.
And Tony Stewart picked up probably 10 car lengths on those guys getting to pit road.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Guys, crew chief Robin Pemberton with a lot of respect for his veteran driver, Rusty Wallace. He asked Rusty what adjustments he wanted. The group decision, add a pound to the right rear, take a pound out of the right front. He will take 4 tires. They're loading up on fuel. Another great pit stop. Steve?
Ricky Rudd's on for 4 tires. Kevin Hall and Paul Volk are the tire carriers. Right side tires are on. Ricky said he's just a little bit tight. Jeff Gordon, lap 200 was a scheduled final pit stop for this 24 cars. Jeff Gordon tries to win his third race here in California. Again, he said his car was tight in the center of the corner. He just could not get it to turn. He hits his marks. Young Steve Letarte puts the wrench in the back window. Got to make a track bar adjustment. A 4-tire stop as Todd Gant goes to work on the front and Shane Church on the back. They get the left rear tire on, and Jeff Gordon is down and away to Dick Berggren.
Jerry Nadeau is in right now. He flew into his pit area. This should be his final stop. Going to get by Jason Leffler? Yes, he did. To Matt.
And the 88 car, Dale Jarrett, just now pulls away for his final pit stop. 4 tires and fuel on lap 201.
Benson's been in, Mayfield, Marlin, Mark Martin, Kevin Harvick has the lead as you watch Earnhardt Jr.'s pit stop.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., he ran a little further than some of the cars. He came back in on lap 154 under that caution and topped off, just like Kevin Harvick that's leading the race right now.
Rusty Wallace, a pound out of the right front, a pound in the right rear, car a little tight, wants it to turn a little better for him.
And he knows this racetrack's going to get tighter. They had to adjust.
Tighten it up.
Bill Elliott, Jeff Green on pit road. Kyle Petty is in, so's Ron Hornaday. And here's our new leader, Kevin Harvick, who has come from a lap down like everybody else who's won this week.
And he ran out of gas earlier. He's on pit road now. 55 miles an hour. He's pitting way down towards turn 1. Long time to get there, especially under green.
And I bet you he keeps the revs up this time because he's not going to kill that engine.
He has no starter to recrank it.
These guys sound like pro stocks when they leave the pits nowadays. They turn them up to about 8,500 and pop the clutch.
Todd Bodine has picked up the lead as you watch Harvick stop on the left side of your screen.
Now, Todd Bodine was in on lap 157 and topped off. That's the reason he's able to run this much further on fuel.
Yeah, he came back down pit road. He was at the rear of the field on the lead lap, came down pit road, got him a couple extra laps out of that thing.
He's on pit road now, coming to pit road. This will give Hut Strickland the lead.
Mike Skinner, Matt Kenseth, Kenny Schrader also pitting. And now Hut Strickland. Matt?
And the 66 of Todd Bodine coming down pit road for his final stop this afternoon. Final scheduled stop. Larry Carter and the guys calling him into his pit box as they go to work over on the right side of the car. They're talking about any chassis adjustments. No chassis adjustments on the 66. This will be a 4-tire stop as a tire is starting to roll across pit road on the 66. They're motioning. A tire is rolling across pit road. They are stopping him. Todd Bodine is stopped on pit road. A loose tire. Tough break for the 66 car, Todd Bodine. Now he's stalled the car. They're trying to push it back. Oh, boy. Frustration down here in the 66 pit.
Here's the thing. Remember at Vegas in the Busch race, he had a problem, and he started to leave, and he stopped, and they worked on the car out of the pit box. You can't work on the car out of the pit box.
Getting a timed penalty.
NASCAR official right there holding him for 15 seconds. And they're going to have to push it now when he's done. There they go pushing it.
Had to feel like 15 minutes.
Boy, pit road has killed Todd Bodine in the 66 today.
Stacey Compton and Kenny Wallace making their stops as we cycle through this round of green flag pit stops that will put Rusty Wallace back in the lead now by 4 seconds over Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon. So Tony Stewart really gained on that exchange of green flag pit stops, Dick.
Yeah, Tony did his part, Mike. When he came in off the racetrack, he just absolutely lit the tires up, jamming on the brakes to make sure he didn't beat the speed limit, but to get as much speed out of the car as he possibly could. Then when he got down here at his pits, the crew did their part. 14.82 for fuel and 4 tires, and Stewart's back out on the racetrack. He has got a car good enough to win this afternoon's race.
I was watching them on that stop, and they were high-fiving each other all over the place.
There's the reason. It's a team effort. Tony Stewart did his job. The pit crew did their job. Look at the difference between these two, between him and Rudd. That's 7 seconds.
Oh, that's a big difference.
Now that's the total number of seconds from when they cross the start-finish line on their in lap, what we call the in lap, the lap on which they come into the pits, and their out lap, the lap they come out of the pits.
Jerry Nadeau, 25 cars spinning on the backstretch. Caution is out.
And I believe everyone has made their pit stops under green.
And I hate it. There goes your strategy, Larry.
Mike Skinner going to try to make his lap up in that 31 car. Of course, Rusty Wallace, the 2 car, he is the leader right now.
It's a big break for Todd Bodine, who, man, I'll tell you, he was hurting until that happened.
And it erases Wallace's advantage.
Coming outside. Outside.
Oh, new deal.
Outside.
And I got to believe the new deal will be, if you can make it, you stay out. If you can't make it, you got to pit.
Yeah, these guys just came in, so there's no reason to come back in unless you need fuel.
All right, leader has now taken the caution flag after Jerry Nadeau's spin. 43 laps, 86 miles to go. Will anybody stop? That's the question.
Jimmy Spencer, Steve Park, I bet you'll be on pit road.
Oh, I think they're happy to see this. Yeah, Jimmy Spencer particularly.
This is really, a caution flag is really now Spencer's only chance to win the race, and he got one.
Yeah, but think about this. If the other guys don't have to come in, he's going to be pretty far back in the field when he restarts. And passing is not easy at the end of the day. Nobody will give you anything.
And with 31 cars still on the lead lap, he'll have a long way to go.
Ooh, boy.
Better under caution than trying to pit under green.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
This is the whole new deal, guys. It's like, give me 3 more.
That's what I love about this sport. How many times a day do you say, well, this changes everything? And here it does again. Steve?
Yeah, you guys are exactly right. Ricky Rudd on that after the last pit stop, complaining that he was very loose, but he's afraid if they come in and pit and make any adjustments, there's 30-some cars on the lead lap, and there's no way they can make up that position. So they're just kind of stuck with what they have right now.
Jeff Hammond, what would you want here? Track position or fresh tires?
Says the 20 and 1's probably going to come. What you want me to do here, man? Come on, talk to me.
Your car's a little bit iffy. Now's the time to hit pit road and get it fixed. And I'd like to point out also, look who's in 16th place. The guy who run his guts out earlier to get a lap back, got another break, and got his lap back once again, Kurt Busch.
Well, Spencer leads them in, and Kurt Busch.
Well, Jimmy Spencer was going to run out of gas, and he had to come in.
Dick?
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's exactly the problem. He would not be able to make it all the way. They knew that on the last stop. So Spencer's in. The instructions to gas man Phil Thomas, be sure and get it full. Get every drop in. Thomas now with a can in the back end. 4-tire change for Jimmy Spencer, who has led most of this afternoon so far, but he is going to resume the race in 30th position. Trouble with the left rear. Well, that's not a big deal. Loose lug nuts, that's not a big deal. I mean, he's not going to lose any positions over that. The big problem was right here, the fact that he had to pit it all.
11 of the 31 cars on the lead lap pitted, so somebody is going to get a break and start 21st on this restart.
Watch these guys. I love it. Watch Tony Stewart.
Am I coming? Am I staying?
Gordon, he's down there.
Yeah, I'm coming in. I'm coming
I'm going to come on in. I'm going to come in. Oh,
No, I'm not. Let Spencer go by himself.
Spencer was the only driver in the top 15 that made a pit stop. We'll see if that strategy pays off in a minute.
Store your favorite shows digitally so you can watch them whenever you want. Ultimate TV. Watch what you can do.
Customer service to roofing supplies. Customer service to roofing supplies.
Like trying stuff out before you buy it? Well, at Best Buy, you can try out all the latest high-tech stuff. Actually, that's half the fun. Best Buy. Go ahead. Turn on the fun.
It's more than just a way to mow your lawn.
It's a connection to 163 years of hard-earned truths passed down from the Great Plains to your backyard. It's the technology of the most advanced farm equipment in the world, helping you care for your own private piece of the planet. It is John Deere Solid, and now it can be yours for less than $2,000. The LT-133. See for yourself. Nothing runs like a Deere.
The NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox is brought to you by NAPA Auto Parts. NAPA, we keep America running. By Ultimate TV from Microsoft. And by Wendy's Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger. Cheddar makes it better.
I'm getting bugged driving up and down the same old strip. I gotta find a new place where the kids are hip. My buddies and me, you're getting real well known. Yeah, the bad guys know us and they leave us alone. I get around.
Last 41 laps the fastest at the California Speedway. Welcome back. Fox's live coverage of the NAPA Auto Parts 500. Rusty Wallace, your leader at the moment, and he's driving in a car nicknamed Mad Max, okay? And this car,
That's appropriate.
He was mad at this car because he finished second in Indianapolis, thought he should have won with it, but then he drove it to the max and won at Michigan, and it's in 8 races, has finished in the top 10 5 times. So Rusty in pretty good position at this point.
Well, as we said earlier, I feel like Robin Pemberton, those guys did their homework, and they got everything kind of working for them. And Rusty, I think, is motivated to get the job done because, hey, Roger Penske did build this racetrack.
Right, and guys nicknamed their cars. And, Jeff, you told me Darrell nicknamed one of his last cars Flattery because it got him nowhere. Oh. Darrell?
Oh, you. Did this guy ever give up? What's happened? Now, when we were 16, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have PlayStation. We didn't have any of this stuff. But we knew the engine and gear ratio and transmission combinations of any car you could buy. Whatever happened to kids being car crazy?
Oh, no gearheads anymore. They got computer heads now. They got to figure it all out on the computer. These kids out here racing, they race on computers. That's how they figure out these racetracks. I had to go 30 years to figure them out.
My 9-year-old son,
and don't
Brandon,
you say anything, Hammond.
He ran a 300-lap race in South Boston on his computer the other night. I didn't know what in the world was going on up there.
But listen, we're getting ready. We're coming down. We got 4 fresh tires. We're getting ready to do the hardest driving we've done all day. This is for the big bucks, big purse, big bucks. Set back. Hang on. We're going to crank her up, boys.
Green flag.
Did not pit during this most recent caution. Rusty Wallace, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Ward Burton, Robert Presley, Ricky Rudd, Mayfield, Earnhardt Jr., Presley, and Harvick, and Jarrett, the top 10 as they go 4 abreast.
1, 2, 3, 4, into the corner like a funnel.
Still 38 laps to go. They're racing like the last lap.
Well, now you got to make your move, man. If you got anything left, or can you do anything, you got to do it now. Don't give me that whining, driver. Get up there on the wheel and go. Start working your hands. Quit working your mouth.
Unfortunately, a guy that was having a great run, Casey Atwood, been in the top 15 to 20 all day. He keeps coming to pit road. They've got an oil leak they can't find. This is Casey Atwood on pit road with the hood up. That's not a good sign.
Man, they're slicing and dicing back here in the back.
Talk about crank it up, though. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's been cranking it up. He's up to the 7th position. All over the back of Ricky Rudd in that 28 car.
Rudd's kind of slid back on this restart. He's gotten passed by a couple of cars.
Junior looking for his first win of the season.
Oh, he's going to win. It's just a matter of where and when, and Charlotte's coming up, and he loves that joint.
Matter of
of fact, he likes Richmond. He won there, so it's another track that he could do really well at.
A lot of good racetracks for him coming up.
We talked during practice about how this race would go to the experienced drivers who best knew how to adapt to changing track conditions. And look who's up front. Rusty Wallace, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Ward Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, last year's winner, Ricky Rudd. For more on the leader, Jeannie.
Well, guys, no doubt that Rusty Wallace would stay out that last caution, but there is a little bit of doubt concerning the tires that he took during his pit stop from lap 200. He said it's getting a little pushy out there. Robert Pemberton said, hey, you've just been out there a little bit, just 6 laps, so let's give it some time. Let's see what happens. Dick?
Stewart is driving a brand new race car today. They changed almost everything underneath that suspension-wise this morning. Finally, they have gotten that thing dialed in. It's just right. I just asked Craig Zipadelli, crew chief, whether he could make it all the way. He said, I have absolutely no doubt I can make it all the way on fuel. We'll see. The Seabirds.
Ricky Rudd pitted on about lap 200. They made a pretty significant air pressure adjustment on lap 206 when the last caution came out. He said, guys, this car is so loose, I can't even drive it. Darrell, that's why he's been slowing down. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
That last caution was a lucky break for Steve Park and the one team. They could not go the distance on fuel. They recalculated their fuel mileage, realized they were going to be a few laps short, so they were able to come in and top off. They pitted on lap 209, but they fell from 9th all the way to 29th. Currently, Park has climbed 2 spots to 27.
That happened because Park pitted 1 lap after the rest of the lead lap cars who came in. Earnhardt Jr. on the move. He's gotten past Ricky Rudd, now moving on Mayfield and Burton.
That's 2 more positions right there. That's 4th and 5th in front of him.
But when you get up there and you start seeing those lead lap cars, those leaders up there, and you're going to be amongst them.
And he's taking Robert Presley up toward the front with him.
Yeah, these guys, they've been racing together all day long, and both of them are in backup cars.
Like I said, this is when nobody cuts you any slack, but everybody's doing all they can do right now. This is when you turn the engine a little tighter down in the corner, stay in a little bit longer, get back on a little bit quicker.
Rusty Wallace, 2.4 seconds out front, just about where he was before the caution flag that made these last pit stops occur. And here's Junior working on Ricky Rudd.
That's kind of like playing chicken right there. When you go off in the corner side by side, you keep waiting for that guy on the outside to lift, so it'll give you the room to make the pass.
Where Junior seemed to really beat him, Darrell, was getting in the corner.
Down in there.
Ricky's loose. He can't drive it in there as deep.
Robert Presley is starting to come around Ricky Rudd as well. And the fastest car in the 2 practice sessions yesterday, Ward Burton, is right there in the mix too.
He's got a rear view mirror full of that Budweiser car. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Robert Presley, and that 77 following right in Junior's tracks.
There's 5 drivers right there looking for their first win of the year. Whoa! Presley took it all the way downstairs.
He thought about it, and he thought about trying to take it on the inside, but everybody knows it gets too tight and you get loose getting in there. That sounds like a contradiction. Traffic's too tight, car's too loose.
Boy, a guy that just keeps losing the handle on his race car, our points leader, Dale Jarrett, falling all the way back to 22nd. Matt Yoakum, they just can't get it like they need it.
Well, Larry, Dale Jarrett had never won here at California in a Winston Cup car, and that win will not come today. Apparently, they have dropped the cylinder on the 88 car. This will be the first time in 39 races that he does not make the finish, that he has had engine failure sideline him from a race. But right now, engine trouble for the 88.
Ward Burton scooted up too high down in turn 1 and paid the price there.
He drove it in there real hard, fighting for position, and he about lost the car. And just remember what I told you, in attrition, right here at the end of the race, I've seen it time and time again.
When you drive that thing down in there, you're going to carry more RPMs.
Let's see what happened to Ward Burton, because he was right up there fighting with Dale Jr., and he got up there and he just got up too high, couldn't get back to the throttle, lost 1, 2, 3 spots.
Rusty Wallace now 3 seconds up on Stewart, Gordon, Mayfield, Earnhardt Jr. Rudd, Presley, Burton, Martin, Benson.
And you have to be really impressed with Rusty Wallace. I mean, we know that team is capable of winning every week. And boy, have they struggled this year with all kinds of different problems. And Bobby Labonte, just the opposite for him. He started up front, started on the pole, and he's back in 20th position and really just hanging on is all he's doing.
Working on John Andretti in the 43 and Brett Bodine in the 11, both running on the lead lap in 18th and 19th. Mike Wallace right with him, also a lead lap car, 21st. This is the hometown race for Wallace's car owner, Jim Smith.
Boy, Junior could, he could almost make that pass if the track was just a little bit wider. It's only 75 feet wide. Maybe if it was 80, he could make it. Oh, trouble. 18 again.
Bobby Labonte, just like the first caution of the day, slides through the infield, gathers control, no caution. No caution.
Boy, that is the third time. Once in practice and twice today.
This battle right here, this is the fourth position. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 8 car, he's going to take it from Jeremy Mayfield.
And you never know when the car comes off the corner like it spins, the spotter sometimes will holler caution, and you'll lift, and then all of a sudden he'll realize there isn't one.
Show you again what happened to Bobby Labonte. Remember, he brought out the first caution of the day at lap 58 with a spin off turn 4.
Just gotten down under, he tries to, boy, he just, again, the cars get really, really pushy right there, exiting the corner for somebody there. Watch this, almost the same thing. This time he looked like he may have gotten some help, but he did the same thing. He slid in front of the 30 car earlier today. So that's his second time that this happened to him the same way.
Mark Martin has crashed with Ward Burton. This will bring out a caution at lap 225. Martin slides down just out of harm's way.
Ward's car had a little fire coming out of it. I think it's gone out now.
6th caution today at lap 224.
Mark, kind of hard to tell how much. Oh, he's got lots of damage.
Both these guys running in the top 10 when this accident happened.
See if we can see what happened here. 22 down in the corner. He looks like he and Mark may have gotten together. It's kind of hard to tell.
That's entering turn 3.
I'm not so sure. Burton got loose down here in turn 1 and 2 and lost the 2 and 3 spots. He may have just gotten loose. There's a little fire coming out from under the hood.
And there's a good sight. The window net comes down, which means Ward's, that's a signal to the rescue workers. He's okay and able to get out.
Still, that's a hard impact on that right front. You can see how that whole right front corner, the right front tire's up in here somewhere right now. Here we go. Let's see if they comes down. I think he was getting loose, and that's why Mark got up against him. I think Ward was loose getting in the corner.
And he's getting loose, and Mark gets closer to him. That just makes him looser.
Worse.
Takes the air off the rear spoiler.
Yeah, we're running 8th and 9th. I'm not sure on the Dodge if that fuel pump's in the same place it is on the Chevy and might have knocked the fuel pump off it.
Boy, I don't know. It's rolled all that back underneath the car. Mark's car is damaged heavily as well. Again, I can't tell you how you fight for every inch at the end.
Hold the car up to get it up.
You do everything you can to keep a position. You don't want to go backwards at the end of the day.
Listening to Jimmy Fennig instruct his crew. Rescue workers talking to Ward Burton. They were running 8th and 9th. Martin came in here 21st in the Winston Cup points. Ward Burton was 16th.
Again, folks, it's heavy impact on the right front side, on the right front corner. They've got the side window out, the right side window out, trying to look into the car. It's pinned up against the wall, making it difficult for the safety worker to get in.
Now, he did drop the window net on his own, a signal to the rescue crews and to the officials that I'm okay, that there's no urgent need for them to have any risk in getting across the racetrack to his aid. So they'll help him out, and we'll come back. 225 of 250 laps, 50 miles of racing to go here at California Speedway in the NAPA Auto Parts 500 on Fox.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The wide track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Washers and dryers on sale at Sears Appliance Super Sale. Get 0% on appliances until October 2001 and free delivery. The top 6 brands only at Sears.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-actin Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-actin Tinactin.
Most people see a lowly rodent. Seed eaters see a role model.
The Simpsons 90-minute marathon gets a big thumbs up.
Oh, sorry!
Sorry doesn't put thumbs on the handbar. It all starts at a special time, 7/6 Central, tonight on Fox. No!
This year, the entire season unfolds on one network. Fox.
The 6th caution of the day came out for 8th and 9th place Ward Burton and Mark Martin racing and crashing going into turn number 3. Martin's gone around to pit road for repairs, and now Ward climbs out and looks to be okay. That is good news.
Yeah, he's moving around. I think he just got the wind knocked out of him, and he looks like he's okay.
Another look at what happened entering turn 3.
And again, as we look at this, think about it, folks. We've been showing you the graphic, 190 miles an hour into this corner. It's just very difficult to tell. I think Ward may have checked up a little early, and it's hard to tell if Mark tapped him or not.
If he did, it wasn't very much at all.
It wasn't, but I think Ward had gotten loose, and I think that complicated matters for him.
Now, as that was happening, Kevin Harvick dropped down toward the track apron and has made a pit stop with the hood up. Steve?
Mike talked to Danny Lawrence, one of the engine tuners on that 29 car. He says he thinks the culprit is a broken valve spring.
Well, yeah, they'll have 7 cylinders.
Again, this sustained RPM down this long front straightaway at 88 to 9,200 RPM, those valve springs get mighty, mighty tired at the end of the day.
And Darrell, the difference, say, from Martinsville a couple of weeks ago, I mean, they'll turn 9,000, 9,100, but it's an RPM that just goes up there and comes right back. Here, it gets there and just hangs.
Yeah, it spikes at Martinsville.
Yep.
Here it's...
Let's go back down to Hotel California. Chris Myers and Jeff Hammond.
All right, well, Jeff, you pointed out that...
Can I hear that sound again, Darrell?
No, that's... it's either his singing or he's choking on popcorn. No, Tony Stewart, who was your pick to win this race, by the way, this track, a sister track to Michigan, a Penskeville track, and he was optimistic coming in. Tony finished second last week, and you pointed out this is the point of the race where engines may go. He's holding up pretty well.
Unlike Michigan, you run 400 miles there today, 500 miles. We keep talking about it, folks, but it's a big deal when it comes to having sustained RPM. 9,000 RPM, the valve train, the rods, the pistons, the drivers, nobody likes it for an extended period of time, and you're going to see this start to happen more and more, and especially when we're talking about going restart. Now these guys got to come back up through the gears again, and you may miss a shift. There's a lot right now that could happen here in the next 25 laps.
Yeah, Tony said that they didn't test here, but they were going to kind of go through their notes and worry about the tire as they went along, kind of an ad-lib. Also, Jeff Gordon, who is in the hunt here at third. Last year, he said the groove in the turns allowed for racing much higher than ever before. It was a tricky race when it got hot and slick. You had to keep searching for a groove that worked best for your car.
That's just what he is. He's the type of driver who will search around, find a way to make his car work, and he can do it. He likes this racetrack, and that's what makes him so successful. And I think Matt Yokel's got more on him.
Yeah, let's get out of the track with Matt.
Well, guys, he is not very happy with his race car. Right now, currently third, but he is still fighting a very tight condition. I asked crew chief Bobby Labonte how tight it is. He said tight is an understatement. They had serious conversations about pitting on this caution, maybe 2 tires, trying to fix this car. Not sure if it's a winning car with the way it is handling right now, but there are too many cars still on the lead lap due to the number of cautions, so they just couldn't take the chance and lose all that track position to Jeannie.
Well, Matt, moments ago, a member of Rusty Wallace's crew went sprinting, and I mean sprinting down the pit boxes to talk to Todd Bodine's crew, asking them to, hey, move over, please, on the restart because you guys are a lap down. The 66 crew said, yeah, that's okay, but, you know, caution comes back out, you got to move over because we're trying to get this lap back.
Give and take. A little give and take. Wallace is the race leader. As you look back from his Miller Lite number 2, Tony Stewart in second, Jeff Gordon in third, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in fourth.
And I'm so glad for him because he has had a tough weekend. Wrecked his car, blew his engine. He's had a tough weekend. So to fight back shows a lot of character.
The Bud Chevy from 37th to 4th. He led a few laps today. Next week, most of our action is on FX. From Richmond, Virginia, qualifying 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, followed by Winston Cup practice and the Busch Series race. Then on Saturday, a special edition of NASCAR this morning, Saturday edition, and the Pontiac Excitement 400 on FX, 7:30 p.m. If you're a Saturday night date night with us on FX.
I tell you what I'm looking at, Larry. I'm looking at point standings. And Dale Jarrett is struggling right now. I was surprised they didn't bring that car in the pit and work on it. He's back in 21st position. You got Stewart, Gordon, some of these guys that are right on his tail, right up there at the top. He could lose a lot of points today.
Gordon's in third, and that's about an 18 position swing. That can make a big difference.
Really Jarrett would only give up 6 positions by pitting.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't come down and try to make the car better for him. Maybe they can't. Maybe there's something that maybe they need to do something they just can't pull off right now.
Well, Dale Jarrett came in here with a 145-point lead. That would get chopped almost in half.
Yeah.
All right, 1 lap to green. Rusty Wallace, your leader. Tony Stewart sitting second. Jeff Gordon third. That's how he'd gain all those points. Dale Earnhardt Jr. fourth. Jeremy Mayfield fifth.
And we've got 20 laps to go. We'll have what they call the 25-lap restart rule, which means it'll still be double file, but only lead lap cars will be to the outside. But we've got 27 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, Ricky Rudd, Robert Presley. What a day for Presley.
That's good news for the leaders because you're not going to have that many lap cars down on the inside that can take your line away getting in the corner. A good restart here would be real critical.
Put up on Steve Park. He is one of those. Actually, 27 lead lap cars. Going to send them back out.
Here we go. If you think it's been good up to now, get ready for some real racing.
This is the best it'll be all day.
Shootout right here.
Number 2, the Miller Lite number 2 of Rusty Wallace, the Home Depot Pontiac for Stewart. There's 24, Jeff Gordon. He sits third. The Bud Chevy of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jeremy Mayfield, last year's winner in the 12, Ricky Rudd in the 28. And then Robert Presley, that yellow 77, his last top 10 finish last June at Michigan, a 5th.
And a very similar racetrack. Yep. So, makes sense. The 90 car's back there, too. He's in 12th place, and this is an incredible day for that team. They have struggled, missed races. They switched over to Yates Power. They got them a new consultant in Felipe Lopez, and they're up there in the top 15.
And right behind him, struggled all day to get back on the lead lap, and did Kurt Busch. So here we go. 19 laps to go.
We got some leaders, and we got some guys that want to be leaders.
Todd Bodine in the 66. He lived up to his end of the deal, jumped in behind Rusty Wallace. Remember, he's a lap down.
But he's got a pretty good hot rod. I mean, he's been able to run fast all day. He's just had incredibly bad luck in the pits.
Got a battle for second. Jeff Gordon in the 24 car on the high side.
Gordo's car's a little tight, but if he can get it up on the outside and get that high groove going, he could be...
Whoa! Here comes Junior to the bottom.
Boy, look at Dale Jr. come up to the pack, to the front. Got that lap back and been on the move ever since.
These 92,000 plus fans, they are loving it. Started 38 all the way up to third here with 18 laps to go.
Took a provisional, took a backup car, and here he is.
Jeremy Mayfield in that 12 car, Tony Stewart sliding backwards on this restart. He may have not gotten his tires cleaned off there.
No, I think that's his problem. He lost a couple of spots there on the restart. I think he just wasn't ready. I didn't think he had his tires cleaned up enough.
And what we mean, nobody changed tires. These tires are hot. They pick up debris and rubber on them. You have to get them cleaned off before they'll perform again.
But boy, Rusty Wallace on the restart, he just jumps out there. These guys here are battling like crazy amongst themselves. Rusty's just driving away. That's a big lead in one lap, 2 laps after the restart. But again, you watch Todd Bodine, that second car there in your screen. He's a lap down, but he is hanging right there.
The worst problem he's had all day long is when he had to come to the pit road.
Yeah, his on-track performance has been stellar.
Rusty Wallace trying to shut down the field here in California. Jeff Gordon 1.1 seconds back, but a lapped car between them.
And what Rusty doesn't want is for Todd to get up there and bother him. It's a distraction to have somebody in your rearview mirror, somebody back there that's kind of making your car do something you don't want it to, making it get loose as you go down in the corner.
Now, right now, these two spotters, they've got to be talking to each other with Rusty's spotter telling Todd Bodine's spotter, look, back off a little bit. Caution comes out, we'll give you a lap back.
But Todd's trying to stay far enough ahead of Gordon so that Rusty can do that for him.
Darrell, at the speeds they're running, can Bodine hook up and help Rusty get away?
Not really. All he can really do is distract Rusty at this point. Rusty's car is really, really fast. He's got everybody covered. He just doesn't want anybody up there messing with him. And I bet he's giving Todd a lot of hand signals right now.
Last lap speeds.
Looks like the man leading the race has got the fastest race car right now, Rusty Wallace in that 2 car.
Yeah, he pretty well got that thing dialed in about mid-race, and the car has been under him ever since. He's been able to run where he wants to, and he's been able to pull away and get a big lead.
Sterling Marlin and Hut Strickland battling.
Look at Hut Strickland.
And Kurt Busch and Johnny Benson.
This is all a battle for 10th here with 14 laps to go next time by.
Boy, I'm so happy for Hut Strickland and that team. Jenny Dunleavy, man, it's great to see them run this well.
Kurt Busch in the 97, he's had a great race car. Got that lap down at the very beginning of the race by fueling the car before the green flag, and then had to make an unscheduled green flag stop because of a tire problem.
This has been Kurt's great adventure here. Yes. He has been up, down, back, forward. And these guys here are all racing their hearts out right now. Everybody's trying to gain a position.
28 miles to go.
And nobody really seems to be closing that much on Rusty Wallace. The only guy I think that's got a shot at him would be Jeff Gordon. Jeff's car always seemed to be real good right at the end of the long runs when he ran that higher line.
But Gordon has to overcome a 1-second deficit.
He's closing up the gap, and Todd Bodine is actually helping Gordon the most by having somebody there to draft off of. That will be a help to Jeff Gordon.
And Steve, they're getting away from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Mike, that's because he just radioed into his team and said, man, this car is awful tight. I'm doing the best I can. It's just too tight.
I believe if I was him, I'd try to move up the hill, try to get up on the outside. That'll help the car turn a little bit better, and it won't be so tight. Of course, he's afraid to do a whole lot. We got Tony Stewart just breathing down his back there, but I believe if he'd take a higher line, then it would free the car up some.
Darrell, Jeff Gordon is catching Rusty Wallace. There's the real-time interval on Fox Tracks.
And there is a, like I said, there's a point in here where Todd Bodine is going to have to get out of the way because he's affecting Rusty and he's helping Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon, he's about 1/10 of a second quicker each lap that we ran here the last few laps.
Boy, he's using up every inch of the racetrack. When he gets off the turn 4,
he about run out of racetrack at turn 4.
That's it. He's right up against that outside wall. His car's tight, but he's trying to make the most of it.
22 miles to go.
I'm not so sure that, you know, Rusty doesn't have a little bit left, but I don't want to oversell this, but the 66 probably needs to get back out of the way pretty soon here.
I think when we see 10 to go, it's time to get out of the way.
I believe so.
Third and fourth place, Tony Stewart keeping close tabs on Earnhardt Jr.
These two cars equal in speed right now for about the last 4 or 5 laps.
And it'll be 10 laps to go.
10 to go.
Right here. Point leader Dale Jarrett continues to drop back. He is 26th and will give up almost half of the Winston Cup point lead he came here with.
Man behind him, Jeff Gordon at 24. He's in second. That's a big swing.
This is the first race this year that I can think of where that car has not been competitive, and today it just hadn't been there for him.
Here comes Stewart. Stewart going after Earnhardt Jr. for third place.
They changed kind of lines there. Junior went high. Tony's already hanging around the bottom. You heard Junior saying his car was a little tight. That high line will pay off for him if he can get back to the gas quick enough.
9 laps to go this time.
Jeff Gordon continues to whittle away at Rusty Wallace's lead. It's now 0.6 of a second as we watch the battle for third.
Jeff Gordon using all of this 2-mile racetrack.
So we can race.
Let me tell you, there's nobody. There's hardly anybody in race that is any better at the last 10 laps when he's got a shot. And there you go. Todd Bodine did move out of the way, and that's a gentlemanly thing to do and the right thing to do.
Jeff Gordon just asked his spotter, let's get him out of the way. Todd Bodine did what he should have done right there.
Now is Bodine any help to Gordon? Right behind him.
Kind of the same deal. He will be for a little while, but then he's going to make Gordon's car get loose if he stays up tight on him.
Gordon's getting away from Bodine, but can he track down Rusty Wallace with 8 laps to go? There's the interval. It's under 0.6.
I think he can catch him. Now, I don't know if he can pass him or not with a tight race car. We see him using up a lot of racetrack. I do believe he can catch him, but I don't think he can pass him.
They've got clean racetrack in front of them, so no traffic should be an issue here. 7 to go next time.
Rusty's best finish here was 8 last year. 92,000 in the seats, on their feet.
92,000 standing in front of their seats. Not too many of them sitting down right now. I tell you, Rusty's car's been awful good all day long. I just can't imagine that he can't hold Gordon off for these last 6 laps.
For Jeff Gordon, catching Rusty Wallace is going to be one thing. Passing it would be another.
Yeah, his car, he's already complaining about it being tight, and then that's going to make it worse when he gets up behind
Rusty. The closer he gets to Rusty, it's going to take that downforce off his front end, make it push worse.
Exactly.
Half a second apart.
He's inching up there. He's going to make it very interesting.
But at this stage in the race, half a second might as well be half a straightaway.
All you got to do is overdrive this corner. Either corner, though, drive in too hard and get your car loose, get it sliding up the hill, can't get back to the throttle quick enough, and he's there.
Now that time, Wallace in turn 2 climbed up the racetrack a little bit, and Gordon closed in.
He's inching up on him, and he's in a position where he can really feel the draft off the Rusty's car. So he's going to get there. There's no question about that. This is the corner where he seems to really be making up time.
Look at him, Darrell. He ran around the bottom down there in turn 3 and 4 that time.
What he's doing, he's going in low and letting the car really slide up the hill coming off.
5 laps to go. Down to 3/10 of a second.
Well, it's down to about 5 car lengths and closing. closing big time. Rusty didn't get off at turn 2 very good that time, and Gordon did.
That's his weak link right now, Darrell. Turn 2. Rusty is riding up the racetrack on the exit of turn 2. Gordon keeps closing. See the speed difference there, about a half a mile an hour.
Gordon's got the car right around the bottom, but you see how it gets that push in it? See how he gets way out there? Closer to Rusty he gets, and he couldn't get much closer now.
Boy, these fans are loving this.
Two pretty equal race cars.
4 laps, 8 miles to go.
Pretty equal race cars here. This is where Gordon seems to be a little better. He was last lap anyway, getting off at turn 2.
Rusty kept a little lower there on the exit of turn 2. Didn't give up as much ground. Actually pulled Jeff a little bit down the back straightaway.
Rusty doesn't want Gordon to get close enough to let him see him sweat. That's the big thing. It's all right to keep back here, just don't get too close. Gordon's going to try the high line. It's been working for him all day long. He knows he's got to do something. He's not going to catch Rusty otherwise.
3 to go, Les. 3 to go. 3 laps to go.
I believe he actually lost a little ground to him that time off turn 4.
I think you're right. 3 laps, 6 miles to go.
And you can see that he lost ground not just by looking at Rusty's car, but also looking Todd Bodine close back up a little bit on the back of Jeff Gordon.
Now, while that battle was going on, Dale Earnhardt Jr., he got back by Tony Stewart in a 20 car, but Tony pulls right back up on him off of turn 2. This is a battle for third.
They're kind of having that seesaw battle. One's high, one's low, and both of them are just fighting tight cars.
Mayfield 5th, Rudd 6th, Spencer 7th, Nadeau, Marlin, and Presley the top 10. John Andretti falls off the pace as we come down for 2 laps to go.
I just don't think he's got the car to get it done with. I mean, he's given all he's gotten. I believe he realizes that now. He's kind of just going to hang on to second place.
Well, he made a run at it for 3 or 4 laps. Darrell probably used this stuff up, realized I can't do it.
Only way he figured he could get him is if Rusty made a mistake, and Rusty's enough of a veteran, been around long enough, he ain't going to make a mistake.
You got to give Wallace credit. He's pretty well worn them out here today.
Yes, he has. He has dominated this race today.
Fans on their feet.
Here we come. And it's the white flag. Boy, I know Rusty's glad to see that.
1 lap to go. The wall coming out of pit 4.
One thing you can bet on Jeff Gordon, he is not going to give up. He's going to give it all he's got, and Rusty gets a little high off turn 2 over there. It's going to allow Gordon to close just a little. He's up at the closest he's been since we got into this run.
3 cars.
By 3.
That's it.
Darrell, all I think Rusty needs to do is run that same line through 3 and 4 right around the bottom. I don't think Gordon can get him.
Only way he can get him is if Rusty slips, and he's not going to slip.
Looking for his first win in 2001. Rusty Wallace.
Clear by 3.
Rusty Wallace wins in California. Seven cars finishing on.
Good job, everybody. Great team effort. Way to kick ass there,
Rusty's last win was Bristol in August of 2000, 21 races ago.
And that's a long dry spell for that team, because that is one of the best teams in racing right there, one of the best funded teams, and one of the best drivers in the sport.
It's his 24th Super Speedway win and his 54th Winston Cup victory. It comes in his 536th career start. Third at Daytona, his best finish up until today. Jeannie?
Robin, you guys start the day. The car is a little bit loose. Minor adjustments. How dialed in did you have this car?
It was pretty good after about halfway. Rusty, he's just great with the chassis, and he picked it apart and got the best out of it. It wasn't perfect, but it was probably better than most right now. I just want to thank the guys at the shop. Larry and the guys at the engine room did a great job. Wife and kids at home, the whole 9 yards. I don't get to do that much, so thanks a bunch.
Take a deep breath. Congratulations. And it's now 16 straight years that Rusty Wallace has managed 1 Winston Cup victory in a season.
Well, let's see if how he does on his donuts here. He's going to give a few.
Look at the crewman has walked out to Rusty, and he's got an Earnhardt flag.
Oh, cool dog.
On what would have been Dale Earnhardt's 50th birthday. His old buddy and adversary, Rusty Wallace, will take that flag to victory lane. Keep in mind that Wallace made a similar victory lap to honor Alan Kulwicki when Kulwicki, then the defending Winston Cup champion, lost his life in an airplane crash at Bristol, Tennessee.
Well, these guys, they raced each other hard, they respected each other, and they was great friends.
Wallace the winner, Jeff Gordon second, just a quarter of a second back. Dale Earnhardt Jr. a strong third with a backup car. Tony Stewart and last year's winner Jeremy Mayfield the top five. Ricky Rudd, Jimmy Spencer ended up seventh after leading a good part of this race. Jerry Nadeau, Sterling Marlin, and Robert Presley.
Great run for Robert.
Really was. Johnny Benson
and Hut Strickland. Yay, Hut. All right, and our little kid, a little buddy there, Kurt fought his way back to 13th. After his great adventure.
He had to pass about 80 or 90 cars today.
Passed more cars than anybody. Bobby Labonte, 22nd, best he could do today. Dale Jarrett, 24th. Not a good day for him.
All but 3 cars running at the finish. Mark Martin, Ward Burton, and Michael Waltrip, the only retirees.
With 40 cars running at the end, 27 cars on the lead lap, 500 miles.
Well, that's typical Los Angeles traffic.
Jeannie, how about our 4th place finisher?
Well, I'm going to try to get through some traffic right now. Greg Zipadelli, congratulations on the 4th place. And I'm going to try to get through to your driver as well, Tony. Another great, I know you would have preferred the W here, but another back-to-back. Great finish for you. How did the car run here? You like the track?
I'll tell you what, I mean, like Greg said, 2 weeks ago, we were 3 laps down at Texas on this tire. So, you know, to come out of here with the top 5 today is a great day for all of us and everyone on this Home Depot team. Greg made some really good changes last night, overnight, and the guys had great pit stops all day, kept getting us good track position, and you know, I don't think anybody was in Rusty Wallace's league. You know, Jeff started getting up there at the end, but you know, we're just fighting for our lives there at the end, trying to get Dale.
All right, congratulations. Dick Berggren?
I'm with Jeff Gordon, who has finished second. How about it? Is it frustrating to get that close to the win? Or are you happy finishing second?
Well, it was a good day for us all in all. We led quite a few laps early on. We lost a little bit there towards the second half of the race. Rusty really picked up some speed, and we got it back there at the end. I made a run at him, you know, but everybody on the DuPont show, they just did a great job today. Everybody in the pits, just a good effort for us, and from a lot of folks here from California that cheer for us. And just want to thank DuPont and Quaker State, Pepsi, GMAC, everybody here on this Chevrolet team. It's a good effort for us.
It was a good team effort. To Mike Joy.
Thanks, Dick. A big crowd has gathered down in our MBNA Winner's Circle, where the Miller Lite crew will be celebrating Rusty Wallace's first win of the season. He ties Jeff Gordon and Lee Petty for 7th on NASCAR's all-time victory list, and it's his 7th California victory. He got 2 wins at the Riverside International Raceway Road Course.
Rusty is a hard-working driver. He works on the car. He works very closely with the crew. Smart guy. Glad to see he's got some sort of head restraint system on there.
And he's got his first win of the season. Matt Yoakum.
Well, Rusty Wallace survives a 19-lap shootout. That mirror was full of flames. How concerned were you about holding them off?
I was pretty consumed. The car was pushing at the end there. And Gordon's tough, you know he is, but we had a really good hot rod all day long, and I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know if he was saving something. He was able to work the top lane a little better than I was. But it was a great race. I'm real happy to get in victory lane finally. Man, we struggled with this tire and a lot of stuff, but man, this thing had big-time horsepower under the hood. Pit stops were great. It was just a neat day.
You've said ever since Daytona that you were going to pay a special tribute to your fallen friend when you got to victory lane and Wilbur gave you the flag.
Yeah, it was kind of emotional feeling because, you know, he's such a great friend of mine. It's such a great family, and I wanted to do something for him. I really liked to have Richard Childress ride with me in that lap, but, you know, it took me too long to win. But it was a neat tribute. The fans were liking it, and I felt good about it.
Rusty Wallace in victory lane on his fallen friend's 50th birthday. To Steve Burns.
Thanks, Matt. With Dale Earnhardt Jr., your third top 10 in the last 4 races. Tell us about the end of the race.
Well, we just kind of hanging on there. My car got real tight at the end. I was kind of holding Tony up, but they were able to hold him off and finish third. It's a good race. We come from pretty far back. We wrecked a primary car in practice and blew a motor. Ran out of gas today. I mean, we just had a lot of bad luck, but they turned around. Little Hank won yesterday and kind of gave me a little inspiration to do something today, and it's my daddy's 50th birthday, so we go home, we got something to celebrate.
Nice tribute by Rusty to hold that number 3 flag out of the car.
Yeah, those are all his friends, you know, and he raced with them for years and years, and I'm sure I can't even imagine what he meant to them. So on that level, so you know, I'm sure that he's enjoying himself, and congratulations to him for his win.
Great run, and thank you for your class. Let's go to Mike Joy.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. with a fine third-place finish today, ahead of Tony Stewart and Jeremy Mayfield, the top 5. Here are the point standings. Jeff Gordon has knocked Dale Jarrett's lead down to 66 points, less than half what Jarrett came in with. That's how quickly things change. Johnny Benson, Rusty Wallace up to 4th, Sterling Marlin now 5th.
Look at the 10th place. Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the top 10.
Slips into the top 10.
Strong run for the last 3 weeks.
Well, let's go back one more time to the Hotel California. Chris Myers.
I think we had a duel at the end there with Jeff Gordon, Rusty Wallace holding him on the top 2 leaders in career victories that are active. And so with his 54th win, Rusty Wallace leads that department, 6th all-time in the modern era, and obviously a smooth ride for his team today.
I think they did an awesome job. We talked about early on that they had a game plan. They executed it perfectly. Early on, the car wasn't quite right, but they had prepared properly, made the right adjustments at the right time. Great pit stops, and Rusty just did an exceptional job, I think, of not letting Jeff Gordon and the rest of the field intimidate him.
And our thoughts are with Ward Burton. You saw him walk away on his own power with some help when his car caught fire in a wreck. He has been helicoptered to a nearby hospital for further observation. Hopefully he'll be with us next weekend under the lights in Richmond. It starts with qualifying on Friday on FX. In fact, be with FX for the entire weekend. The Winston Cup practice and then the Busch race. Jeff Green, your winner last year. And then on Saturday night, NASCAR this morning gets you going in the AM. Notice the special day Saturday. On Saturday night, the race here, 400 laps, 300 miles. Dale Earnhardt Jr., your defending champ. Dale Jarrett said about Richmond, the speeds are high enough for good racing, but slow enough that you can race side by side. Today began with 3 doves being released at the California Speedway in honor of what would have been Dale Earnhardt's 50th birthday. Pole sitter Bobby Labonte and last year's points champ spun out twice. The tension was there as the points leader Dale Jarrett had some problems and lost ground in his points lead. They were hoping that Dale Earnhardt Jr. could make a run, anxious for a Hollywood script ending. But in the end, in the fun and sun at the California Speedway, it was Rusty Wallace, a guy who flies his own jets, piloting his car to victory. It was Miller Lite time. Thanks for watching Racing on Fox. We'll see you from Richmond next weekend.
Honey, are you going to get that?
Postseason, the 72nd All-Star Game, and beginning June 2nd, the Saturday Baseball Game of the Week. You're watching Fox Sports.